Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the stream. This is session 3 of the Nightmares of Neverwinter campaign, session name pending. We're going to do something a little bit differently this time. I'm not going to use the map of Neverwinter for you guys to look at. Instead, I will be putting up character portraits of who is exactly in the scene, save for the NPCs. Just to kind of do things a little bit differently, so that way I'm not using up too much CPU or whatever on my laptop. Also, I think it might be visually pleasing to just see the characters instead of me like clicking around and moving the map all the time. So we'll see. In the last session, it was a long one, almost 7 hours. I'm not gonna make it that long again, I promise you. Last session, we were able to finally get everyone together in a random alleyway somewhere in the Chasm District, Beggar's Nest of Neverwinter, and seemingly had a big fight. Everyone was able to meet Mason. The kobolds both had went down, but were able to get back up thanks to the other characters that were in our story. Lilius, under the guise of Madame Mysterious, was able to help Trevin save his lover, a certain Maria, from the Cardinal Rose brothel in the Chasm District. But is this the end of our story? No, we do not know yet, actually. Mason Gilliga, an NPC that is being followed now by Ishiyama Mukatsu and Asterius, knowing himself only as A to others, went and investigated the 7th victim, and come to find out that whoever had murdered this poor girl, this was his very first kill. That they are elven, a man. But as far as anything else goes, still a mystery. We are now going to bring ourselves over to the other chat room so that I can speak to the players and greet them, and you guys can hear them, and we're going to continue from there. Before I do that, though, I will say, because I'm realizing here we forgot, there's one thing I forgot. At the very end of the session, Asterius and Ishiyama Mukatsu both followed Mason to the guild, his guild. And that is where they had laid their heads down for the night. And I think that's where we're going to pick up. But let's go ahead and move ourselves over to the other room, shall we? So. Hello, everyone.
McChicken.
I just kind of waltzed into this one randomly. Hello! But first, of course, we can't forget, I have my little intro.
Great vegetables.
Great
Sorry,
vegetables.
I had to do that. Great
Hello.
vegetables. Hello.
Hi.
Great introduction.
You're a samurai.
You'll have to thank Nihilus for that. So anytime anything that's mentioned about a samurai needs to be hired, that is the sound notification that will be played.
The sound effect.
That is the sound effect. So I am going to do something a little bit differently. I'm not going to have my Neverwinter map open. So I'm just going to go ahead and switch us to character view. So let us... we guys ready? Let's go ahead and start.
Yeah.
Sweet. Let's go ahead and start the session. We're going to first pick up. I'll go ahead and mention to you guys in case you were not able to hear what I said on the stream. Where we last left off, there was a huge fight, one that ate up the majority of the time that we spent the last time we played. Almost that 7-hour stream. Everyone got to meet each other. Our kobolds did go down, but they did get back up. And they walked away with a little bit of money. Money for food. And now, we're going to... and Lilius...
Mukatsu also traumatized the poor goblin child.
Yes.
Child. Got fucking twig blew a guy in half.
Yeah.
Fucking what else happened? Mason fucking blended like a half a block worth of people. What else? We had 20 questions in the middle of the street while Lilius did not want to have it.
And she was able to bring Trevin's lover out of that location and back to the Black Lake District. Pardon me, I had the hiccup there for a second. And yeah. And we also left off with, after a big investigation with Asterius and Ishiyama helping Mason find out more about the mysterious butcher. We all ended the stream and the session with you two making your way back to the guild, Mason's guild. And boy, is it a shitty place to be. And that is where we are going to pick up the session. So let us officially go live. So, we are going to do things a little bit differently here. I did say we're going to do character portraits. So, I am going to rewind this, though.
A little bit differently.
We are going to do things a little differently.
Not like the big city folks. Down here we do things a little different.
A little differently. Very differently.
Tell you what. I can't find my fucking character sheet for my whole ass. Why every time I save it and then it like disappears or some shit? What the fuck?
Put it on like a Google Doc or something.
I could have sworn I had it like separated from all my shit because like I download it and then put it somewhere by itself and then every time I don't know where the fuck it goes.
I thought Bowie. I also need to group these. Ishiyama.
I'll find it.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I was building the scene.
I'm sorry. I was waiting for you to say something else, and then you didn't, and I was like, "Uh-oh, is she waiting for my input?"
It was the call and respond, and you did not respond.
No.
It's
like the thing that teachers do is that da 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 da, and you gotta do it back.
The dramatic pause before I begin to make the speech. Ishiyama, you are in that same dream. It's always the same no matter how the scenario plays out.
Rain's coming.
No. You see fields on fire, the bodies of other soldiers strewn about, screams of those begging not to be slain. You have to hurry. You know you have to hurry, yet you still feel so slow, as if trying to run through quicksand. And it doesn't matter how many times you try to make it there, but every time you make it there, the scenario is always the same. He's always there, lying in a pool of his own blood. You see the figure standing over his body. That mask. A true Oni. And then he's gone. The dreams are always different, yet they always play out the same. No matter how many scenarios you run in your head, you always make it there to find your lord dead. That Oni standing over him, and then gone. Your blade's in your hand. Your lord is dead. How does your dreams end?
Well, the dream, it always ends the same way, with Mukatsu kneeling beside his lord, and taking his smaller blade, his wakizashi, and preparing to disembowel himself. And that's usually when he wakes up.
I think that's not subconscious or anything.
Asterius. Your dreams, they too are always the same, and yet they are always different too. The scenarios in the beginning are always the same. You always run, your mother in hand, fleeing, always on the run. Yet every time you are on the run, the dream ends differently each and every time. They are there. They always find a way. They're always one step ahead, and every time they are, the shackles go back around your neck, back around hers. You always carry that great axe in your hand, ready to swing it at him, but somehow he's always a little too fast, always a little too smart. Magic is a fickle thing, a strange thing. And every time you see him, the magic becomes more and more distorted. In this dream, your mother's not there. She is ripped away by a shadow that you cannot see, into a dark pit that you cannot follow her in. But he is there. You charge at him, your axe raised. But then there is a chain, a shackle, another chain, another shackle. Each limb caught. Your neck, both wrists, both of your ankles. You feel the shock go through your body and you drop your axe. Every time that you are caught, you're always dragged back, but this time it's a little different. How does he kill you in this dream?
I want to say, maybe I wake back up in the dream from that and not quite awake yet, which is kind of fucked up, and I hate when that happens in dreams. And it's back in a fucking labyrinth that's obnoxiously too large to be real, practically speaking, like Maze Runner shit. And then he's like kaiju battle in the middle, like you can see him from, even though the fucking thing's huge, you can still see him towering over the whole thing in the middle. And I still gotta get to him, and it takes me a while, but I do. And then I still put up a fight, but I get pretty much fucking obliterated no matter how hard I try.
When you do that, when you try your hardest, your damnedest to beat him in this dream, and still failing, you look at yourself in a puddle of water beneath your body. You see yourself, but you see yourself differently. You're just a skeleton of what you once were. An undead minotaur, forever to roam in this labyrinth of a maze.
Labyrinth.
Thank you.
It's alright, it's funny. I mean, I'm gonna say that is pretty cool looking aesthetically, but really shitty if that was you.
But when you see this reflection of yourself and you realize that you are an undead being, another minion. Yeah, another minion in his miniature army.
Banana.
That is when you wake up.
Yep.
You both wake up here in this very different place than what you're used to. This place is... How best to describe a place?
Dilapidated.
Very, but I was going to use more colorful words. But yes, it is a very dilapidated, very worn and rugged old building. When you
It was
look,
nice once.
It was.
But today is not that day.
It seems like this place has not had the love and care in over 20 or more years. It seems that 20 or more years ago, this place was beautiful. That it was... If it was at its peak, it would have been a place where everyone could go and know that they were safe in the hands of a hunter. But that place, it does not exist anymore. Not in this world. At least...
Of a bygone era.
It is of a bygone era. This was the Guild of Lunaria's Hunters, or, as many people call it now, the Monster Hunter Guild. You both wake up in the barracks of this guild. The mattresses are okay. They're not great. They, they do what they're meant to do. It's substantial. Even if one of the beds is definitely a little bit more comfortable than the other ones. And one of them is definitely in complete disrepair, as its frame has been completely broken down and springs are coming out of the mattress now and all the feathers. And nobody knows how that works, but that's how it works.
I was face down in a cot that was at its last leg trying to keep me out supported.
Yes. In fact, because of your size and your weight, when you finally do sit up,
Wake up.
you hear that last final and then you're now flat on your ass in this poor bed frame.
Yeah, well, who could have seen that coming?
Ishiyama, you're not too far away in this same room. The only person that's not in this room with you guys is Mason.
Yeah.
He seems
Kind
to
of just
lay
laying
his...
it for. Kind of just
He's
laying it
laying
for a
his
second.
head somewhere else in this guild. The sun, while it is very cloudy out in the morning and very cold, you can still see a little bit of sunlight peeking through windows. The tattered, draperies and through the small banners that whatever symbol was on them is now faded with time. What are you two gonna do? You both woke up at the same time, or around the same time, give or take, maybe one a little bit before the other. What are you two gonna do?
Did we both wake up in our flop sweats at the same time? Is that how that worked out?
Like I said, one woke up a little bit before the other. I'll let y'all decide who wakes up before the other. But I would say not too far behind each other. Yeah.
Okay. Heads or tails, Javen?
Heads, obviously, because I have a head and you have a tail.
Tails up. I woke up
Wow,
first.
that's a bit speciest, Javen.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let him cook.
Oh yeah, I guess
You
I
should
guess I
freeze
woke up first.
yourself now.
That's what we're doing now.
Funny.
I woke up first, and then me eating shit on the floor is what was the punctuation to your fucking dream. And then yeah, I'd just when you
Ah.
get up and fucking look over at me on the ground, I'd just be laying on the ground like morning.
I had forgotten you were here.
Yeah, I get that. Can't ignore me though, I'm too loud.
So it would seem.
Anyway, fuck. I don't know. I don't know what we got going on today, but I figure we'd find Mason or whatever and see what's going on with the investigation and then go from there.
That would likely be the smart option.
Mm.
I will
I
defer
didn't-
to you.
I didn't formally. We didn't introduce each other. I didn't get your name last time.
He's going to give you a nice little respectful bow. And he'll say, Ishiyama.
I'd just do a half of one myself, just mostly neck. Like a pleasant to meet you. Well, let's get it going, I suppose.
And then we left
And then we
you left.
went.
to go look for Mason.
Look for Mason. Okay. Yeah. You.
No, we went to go get breakfast.
Like the people that pass out at like a college party and wake up the next morning don't know who they woke up like across the room for. So like, nice to meet you. All right, we should go get some food. I'm fucked. My head hurts.
Yeah, you.
I probably drank for like the first time in my life the night before, honestly.
Oh yeah, we did drink. That's true.
Not to say that like it fucked me up, but you know, going from 0 to doing it, even if you're huge.
I'm sure Ishiyama would have shared some of his sake with you. How did
Yeah.
you like that?
I mean, he doesn't really have a comparison otherwise, so anything's pleasantly surprising, really. It's like, this is different. I mess with this. I mess with this.
I fucks with this heavy.
You know what? Yeah, you know what? This is pretty good. And Mason's like, try this
Jesus
brown
Christ.
shit. I'm like, you know what? I mess with this as well.
Why is my phone making so much noise? Goddamn.
Because
Chill,
it's a
bro.
noisy thing.
Motherfucker.
Yo, are you Samuel L. Jackson?
I'm
Are
tired
you-
of
are
I'm
you-
sick of these
motherfucking phone
motherfucking snakes on this
making
motherfucking.
motherfucking notifications.
Okay,
Plane is in plane of existence, right?
Yes, of course.
yes.
Good.
Um,
Good.
So you guys are
I'm
going
now
around the
Samuel
guild
Jackson.
looking for Mason.
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 You.
Mason.
Mason!
You all begin. You two begin your search around the guild. Ishiyama, as you and A are both looking for.
I want my food.
You're good. As you both are looking for Mason, going into other rooms and actually trying to take in what feels like a labyrinth of a guild. A very uncomfortable feeling probably for you, Asterius. You do come...
Probably. I don't like a lot of walls. I'm gonna keep it real with you.
You do happen across a hallway. It's a long hallway. One that stops at a dead end. As you make your way into that hallway, you
Strange
see portraits.
place for a hallway.
Yeah.
You see portraits. Many portraits. The first one you notice, Ishiyama, it's the one that catches your eye the most. Go ahead and roll me a perception check, actually. Let me see if you actually notice this.
Oh my god, it's like Scooby-Doo. The eyes
Yeah,
are
I was
moving.
gonna say.
Legit, I watched a very old like Scooby-Doo clip, and it was of Scooby-Doo actually speaking clear English because the words were all with R's, so he spoke clearly, and Shaggy was like,
yeah,
"What'd you
that.
say, Scoob?"
This is a rather rambunctious rallying cry.
I got a nat 20.
Oh, hell yeah, you're gonna notice this right away, then.
Yeah, baby. That's what
As-
I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
We can
Alright.
only go down from here.
Ishiyama, when you enter this hallway and look at these portraits, the first one that really catches your eye is the very first portrait on the left side of the wall. It's of an older man. Yet he doesn't look too old. He looks like he could be in his possibly late 20s, early 30s. But that's just a guess.
Jesus.
That's just your guess. That's just your guess. He looks a
Just
little
using
older,
that
but
as,
he also...
to describe older. Jesus.
I'm saying he looks older, but he doesn't. So it's weird. It's a weird place to be.
Real
It's like
Garth.
Dorian Gray shit going on.
Look,
Yeah, exactly.
Look, he's not gray.
You look older, but you don't.
But he looks older
Peep
because
his
of his
hairline.
face. Look, just He looks like a proud man. Strong,
It
determined.
looks like he is full of pride.
Pride is a sin. Kill him.
But what you notice
Kill the pagan.
is this beautiful blade, and you realize that this blade, it's a katana. You've never seen anything
Hand it
like
over.
it, and it's a portrait. He can't. It's
Cultural
beautiful.
appropriation.
It's gorgeous, silver with a dragon on its hilt. It's the most beautiful blade you've ever seen portrayed in a painting, being held by a man who is...
Mukatsu will be making a mental note to ask Mason about that later.
With your nat 20...
No one is allowed to own Nippon steel but me.
When you gaze upon this painting, you do see on the very bottom of the portrait's frame, there is a small plaque. It's a little dusty, but with your nat 20, I'll say that you wiped off a little bit of that dust. And it reads, Cornelius Gilliga.
Very, very respectfully wipes it. Like he produces
Oh, yeah.
like a fucking handkerchief, and he very gingerly wipes it off.
Yeah.
Because he's a very respectful boy.
Yeah. And when you very respectfully wipe that dust away just to get a clearer view of the name, you see the name Cornelius Gilliga. Asterius, why don't you roll me a perception check?
Yeah. Time I didn't throw it off my cow guy. That is a Schmerteen plus 4 plus proficiency, so 13. 13 plus 6 is 19.
Directly opposite of that portrait is another portrait.
Mm-hmm.
Gazing between the two portraits, the one that Ishiyama is looking at and the one that you're looking at, this man looks very similar. He is of a bulkier build than the man across from him, wielding a very large sword with one hand. The uniforms that these two men are wearing are very similar, so you know that they are from this guild. Looking down, you see the nameplate on the frame. You wipe it off, the dust, and you see the name Balthasar Gilliger. Together,
And
going...
he looks like which one? He looks like Mason, or he looks like the other guy?
He looks like the man from across from him. Although I will say, with both of you rolling so high, you can see similarities that Mason shares with these two men.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine it's his family.
It would make a lot of sense.
As you travel...
I didn't know how ingratiated he was in the building, or if he was just, working here after the fact.
When you go further down this hall, the portraits change. They look a little older. You see women, but they do not share the Gilliger name. They share a different name. You see other men, some tall, some a little bit shorter, but they all wield different weapons and they all wear the same uniform. In fact, as you go further down this hallway, you realize that the progression of these paintings get older and older. Their uniforms becoming more and more downgraded than what they are wearing currently, at least at what you've seen Mason wearing. And when you finally get to the very end of the hall, you see on that back wall, hanging high above all the other portraits, one man, one hunter, and underneath it, somehow this name is as clear as day, no dust. It is as if dust doesn't even touch this part of the hall. You see the name. What the fuck is his first name? Oh, I remember now. Sorry. I apologize. Like, for a second, I was like, what the fuck is his name?
And
no,
that name is...
I remember.
It is.
I remember.
It's a name you will make you quake in your boots.
For like a split second, so I apologize.
It's a name that makes the shutters fucking shake and the mountains tremble.
When you see that name, again, for some, it could be magic. You're not sure, but this part of the hall, this very last part of this room, or long hallway, seems untouched by dust and time. The name is clear on the plaque. It reads, Dimitri Lunaria. The man is very noble looking, very regal. Long black hair, put in an elegant ponytail draping over his shoulder. He is carrying what looks like a very interesting crossbow and a sword that he it looks like a rapier at his side. You also noticed, and I'll give this to you too because you both rolled a nat 20 and a 19. Looking at all these portraits of these people, they all had one single lock of hair that was pure white. And you see Dimitri Lunaria's portrait too also shares this. One lock of his bang is pure white. All the people in these portraits all have this one trait.
Yeah, weird company dress policy.
It's like the Yankees, but you gotta have your fucking white stripe like a fucking kid in high school.
That is what you find in this hallway. It is a long hallway, and you guys can make what assumptions you can believe. It definitely does have two portraits of Mason's family here. Give me a second.
So that's all. So we walked down this bitch, and it was just a bunch of portraits, so that ended pretty much.
Let me roll something real quick here. Hold on.
How long was this motherfucker? Like 20 feet long, some shit.
Give or take, yeah, because it's just a long hallway. I will say, I'm trying to remember the name that I told you guys last session.
We're both running around like fucking old Resident Evil with the camera in the corner.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to remember the name of one of Mason's ancestors that he told you in the last session that we made a fucking Castlevania joke with.
It was Simone Montague.
Simone Montague? Okay, thank you. I was like, I know it was something like that. Because
you guys made a Simon
like,
Belmont
yeah,
joke.
we were like, yeah, Simon Belmont. I was like, nope, it was Simone.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will say, and I rolled a die just to wonder if they were. Yeah, I will say that when you were traveling down this hall, you actually do find the portrait of Simone Montague on one of these walls. And yes,
Does he look like?
Is he
Does
hot?
he look like the Count of Monte Cristo?
He fucking better be, bro.
He sounds like that's a hot name.
Just yes. I'm just gonna say yes to
Montague.
all these questions. Yes, he was hot. Yes, he was very much.
Can we determine via this portrait how big his cock was?
No.
Like how high of a perception check do I have to make?
Like metaphorically, you know
what?
metaphorically,
Just...
like you look around, you look at him, he's like, oh yeah, that dude's got he's swinging. Like
that dude's got a big cock.
You know what?
Portraits. The thing about portraits is
what do you think?
It depends on the artist.
That yes.
Until you roll a perception check.
I'm about to say I was gonna make him roll another perception.
All women have.
No, it was a joke. I'm not gonna actually roll a perception check to see how fucking big his cock was. How fat his cock was.
I was the short answer is you wouldn't have been able to tell anyway because he's got a fucking coat on and it covers everything.
Oh god. I gotta get out of here.
But you do see that he is carrying, like in his portrait, you do notice that he has a belt of what looks like silver knives strapped to his chest. Some flasks that could possibly have been holy water. He has a crossbow that actually has a silver cross attached to it, as well as a whip that he carries in the other hand. So very much a Castlevania reference.
I was like, absolutely, he's got a whip, absolutely.
Yeah, he has to.
Hello.
You guys, hey, you're the ones that made the joke. He's a fucking Castlevania reference now. But yeah, you do find the portrait of Simone Montague on one of these walls.
Well, he wasn't lying.
Oh, I also will say that you also see a couple wooden stakes.
Why would he lie to us? I
attached to
don't
his belt.
understand.
I don't know. Just generally, people, you gotta be weary. They like telling stories sometimes. What were you saying, Kat?
No, I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
You are looking at all these portraits. You're coming back up from the hallway now, looking at them all. Seeing again...
I really believe
yeah, seeing again, going from the portrait of Dimitri Lunaria, coming back to the beginning of the hall, seeing the progression of the armor and weapons that these people carried. And ending it again.
Did the white streak like pop up at some point, or was it with everybody?
It was with all of them. Every portrait has this white streak of hair, starting with Dimitri Lunaria and continuing all the way to the very end. So every single one of these individuals has a white streak of hair. It may not be in the same spot, but they all have it somewhere around the bangs.
The guts berserk fade. Got it.
the Bride of Frankenstein fucking shock.
Some of them, it looks longer. Some of them are shorter streaks of white, but you do see a streak of white in all of their hair.
Did Mason have a streak of white in his hair too?
No. Mason does not.
Huh.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I was like, that's odd.
As you exit
maybe he isn't old enough.
Yeah, maybe you get it when you're old. Just like we're just like Santa. This is like me and you go to the fucking art museum and critique fucking family lineage portraits.
I will say, out of the many portraits that you've seen, which I'm not going to give you an exact number because I don't have an exact number, but I will say at least 3 of those portraits had individuals
25.
I don't know. You give me how many portraits of guildmasters you think should be in a long-ass hallway
25.
of a 300-year-old lineage. Anyways.
You could probably do like 5 a piece on a wall.
300? That's, 25 is probably actually about right.
Okay, then we'll say about 25 portraits, give or take. At least 3 of those portraits were of people who look much younger than Mason. Possibly in their very early 20s.
Well, there goes that theory.
That also had the white streaks.
A game theory.
A Nightmares of Neverwinter game theory. Okay.
Mikatsu is played by Matt Pat. So.
Matthew Patrickson, yeah. You just voice him, like he just moves ahead.
When you do leave
you
that
love
hall...
Matthew Game Theory path here.
When you do leave that hallway, you continue roaming around, looking for Mason, trying to find your way. I would say you can either roll... Actually, I will say this. Ishiyama can roll a investigation check, and Asterius can roll a survival check to see if you guys... And we'll put I won't say quote-unquote put the scores together, but I would like to hear what both y'all's final scores are, to see how well you guys can navigate this dilapidated building of a guild.
That is a...
Hang on, I gotta open the Twitch stream real quick because I don't have my phone with me, and D&D Beyond won't open my fucking character sheet.
Oh. I will say,
but I know the character sheet's on the fucking Twitch stream.
Yeah. Also, do when the next time you're able to, go ahead and put your HP back to max, since you have had a long rest. Everyone should have taken a long rest, so restore everything if you haven't done it already. Because it's the very next day. It's been more than 8 hours.
So that's a 13 plus or minus whatever I have.
Okay, well I have my phone and the Twitch stream open here, so I can happily tell you what your investigation. Your investigation, Ishiyama, is actually a +0, so you just get a flat roll. What was it again? 13?
Yeah, flat 13 then.
Flat 13.
Yeah.
Okay. Asterius, what was your survival skill?
11 plus 6. I got a 17. Question, was the wall at the end of the hallway bare, or did it have shit on it?
What's that? I'm sorry? That long hallway with all the portraits?
Yeah.
Yeah, at the very end of the hallway was Dimitri Lunaria's portrait. Like it was the one that it was the largest portrait, and it nearly took up an entire back wall. And it seemed to be and it was also higher up on the wall, as if hey, this is the man who started it all, and here's all the descendants / guildmasters that took over after him. So, and the very first one you've noticed, because there was no years directly behind them, but you did see one that actually did share Lunaria's last name, and it was a woman who became the next guildmaster, and that's when the names began to change. It was no longer Lunaria. It became a different name because his daughter took another name. Or at least you can assume that it might have been his daughter.
Right. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd probably... Go ahead, say what you're going to do. I'll say it afterwards. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, what was your survival check? Because you guys left the hallway.
Oh, it was a 17.
Continue. Oh, it was a 17? Okay. So what were you going to do, Asterius?
Oh, before we left the hallway, I was gonna go to the end of it and fucking just because I'm kind of used to stupid mazes and fucking stupid puzzles set up by fucking douchebags who get the amusement out of watching people do shit like that because they're cunts. I'd probably just check this like outside theme of the portrait and just see if there's like a draft or anything.
Okay, I would say for just this separately, then go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Yeah, right.
What are you doing?
Just checking something. That's a 13.
You find nothing.
It's just flat. No, okay, cool. Just wondering. Nothing.
Yeah, there's no draft. No, it's just a portrait. It's just a very large portrait on the wall. You're lucky enough that you're tall enough to be able to somewhat reach it, but that's about it.
Right.
There's really no drafts or anything there. All right, so
before we leave the hallway, Mukatsu is gonna bow to the portraits. Very respectful to the dead.
I'll just like fucking put my fingers on my head and just vaguely salute it while we're walking away. Like, yeah, sure.
God, he's doing it. I might as well do it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll do that.
Mukatsu
like
fucking peer pressures everybody into being better to people.
Honorable. Yeah.
You
mean,
can't convince someone who is literally clinically insane to do that, though.
Maybe if you save your kid enough.
Okay,
he'll
that's
just offer you like
rule.
a strip of fucking beef jerky, and you'll probably do it.
Yeah,
Well.
just a strip of beef jerky. What? Yeah, I behaved. Hello.
It's teriyaki.
It tastes like pork.
Yeah, when you do leave that hall, with the 13, for Ishiyama, you happen to find I guess we can call it the living space. It's like a living room, so it's more like a parlor room, but it's very large. It's a very old fireplace, but the fire is not really burning. The couches are kind of ragged and torn. It just doesn't look, and there's like a lot of furniture that's got draperies over it, so like covers and blankets and things. Just, it looks like no one's really touched this place and done any upkeep on this place in years. So you're able to find that room. Asterius, with your 17, following behind him, looking for in the other rooms, you do happen upon one set of double doors. And when you open those doors, you find a very large office. There's another fireplace in here. It's a little small, like, coffee table and some couches and chairs sitting around it. There's also a desk at the very far back of that wall with another portrait of Dimitri Lunaria. But this one's a little bit different. This one, it's not in his full battle regalia. It's instead, he is instead wearing his formal wear. It seems like he is sitting at this, and oddly enough, the way the portrait is set, it's the same room, the same desk. He is sitting at this same desk that you see directly in front of you, but it looks much more, it looks like it's more on the newer side because of when this portrait was painted. Whereas this desk is very old and worn and seems to have been through hell and back. There's a bunch of scratch marks and dents and cuts. You also find way too many liquor bottles to count around this desk. And also another door far to the right in the back of this room.
Well, if this was the proverbial breadcrumbs.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood that word.
It's like it's like when there's a story about something and it relates to it.
I don't think you explained that very well.
I'm
still don't
trying to dumb it
understand.
down as much as I can.
It's okay. Garth is still trying to reverse engineer the emergency exit.
I'm trying to reverse engineer the definition of proverbial. It's like when there's a proverb about something that exists, and then it relates to that. That's about it. The story of, the kids in the woods or whatever that put the breadcrumbs down. But this is his breadcrumbs. Liquor
I'm
bottles.
not familiar with the story, but okay.
It's pretty fucked up. The old fairy tales had really jacked up endings and morals. Anyway, did they lead anywhere specifically, or is it just like he was here?
Oh, he was definitely here. If he is still here, you would have to, look around, like maybe even go into that room at the very end of the office, But you
Like,
can definitely tell that
yeah.
this is like the main office for the Guildmaster, and Mason was definitely
Right.
here. I mean, the liquor bottles should definitely tell you the man was here.
I'll take an empty one just to have a bottle on me for whatever at some point, and just
Yeah,
fucking
sure.
throw it back.
You can go ahead and add an empty whiskey bottle to your inventory.
Yeah, catch a ferry or some shit. Yeah, go knock on the fucking door. Like, Mason, are you decent? Are you
There's no answer.
Ruh-roh.
Then you hear
Mason.
Hi.
Mason!
Then you hear some thumping in that room. It's muffled, but it definitely gives
I'm respecting your privacy as a team member, but I'm gonna wheel myself in anyway.
Ishiyama is just gonna open the door. He's just gonna push past you and open the door.
Fucking battering ram. The fucking I was going for the goddamn what's it called bit, the fucking
Ishiyama,
Fairly Odd Parents bit.
you try opening the door, but it's
Oh.
locked.
Ruh-roh.
Well,
Alright, well.
I guess
You
that's
hear-
the end of our investigation.
You hear the rumbling sound, and you hear, "Fuck off! Leave me alone! No!"
I'm like, how bad do you want the door open? I'm gonna like run at the door and fucking slam that bitch open.
Maybe don't destroy the door.
Why not? You see the rest of this place, and then
Maybe
unless
not
the
the
fucking
carrot,
hits
or
this,
replace it with a curtain.
if this is a load-bearing door, then we have a problem. Other than that, I see no problem with this. I'm just going. Should I roll to fucking make this door not exist anymore?
So what's the plan here? Are you destroying this door?
I'm gonna make a small loop back into the room and then run into the fucking door.
Okay, yeah.
My God.
Roll your charge attack. The one for your horns. Roll for that. Roll for attack.
Hell yeah.
I'll go ahead
Not
and
the way
say
I
the
thought it was
AC
gonna
for this door is like a measly 5. You can easily bust it down. I swear to God, if you roll a nat 1 on hitting a door, I'll just go ahead and retcon and say fine. The AC for the door was
Shit.
1.
Do the trip on a rock, do like the full somersault, but it's like noise, and
Look,
then fucking faceplant.
I'll say you freaking open the door somehow, but I swear to God, if you don't make it past a 5, there's a problem.
The funny thing about the ramming horn thing is the other people got a. Or no, I'm lying. That's the Goring Rush.
You
I
just need
apologize.
20 feet
I thought that they had
before you can do it, is what
20
the-
feet
is
to
what
make
the
a
thing
one
says.
attack. All right. That is boof. That is pretty good. That's like an 18 plus. I'm pretty sure I
Okay,
hit the
yeah,
door.
that's good enough. Like I said, the AC was 5. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah.
For your ramming horn
alright.
attack. There's not a lot of HP on this door, so I just want to see how well you obliterate the door.
Plus 5. That is 11.
Okay. Yeah. Describe how you destroy this door.
Well, after hearing what sounded like him possibly fighting with somebody or on somebody else, and we couldn't get the door open, I'd just be like, "Hold on a second." I'd just be like, "Doo-pa-doo-pa-doo," and I just fucking run at that bitch. This is fucking blah, fucking. Blah. I'm not trying to like keep running through it.
Style of running.
Exactly, yeah, pretty much. It's just I'm not trying to like keeping to run through it. I'm just trying to hit it strong enough so it just like comes out of where it is and possibly falls out of the fucking
Mukatsu is just watching this in horror as this fucking big beefy boy fucking destroys somebody's property.
Yeah, you do, because he literally rams into this door. Asterius, when you ram into this door, you're trying to do it, and just to open it, you don't realize you fucking break it off its hinges. As this happens,
for God's sake,
Ishiyama, I'm going to give you the opportunity
to apologize.
No, to deflect.
It's too late.
Yeah, I think I'd like to try to.
I don't mean to deflect as in to apologize. I mean deflect as in there's a fucking bullet about to be shot at you. So please.
Oh.
Please, please, please. Roll me. Roll. Yeah. Whoops.
Wait. He misses my big dumb ass and hits fucking Mukatsu.
He's just shooting in general, and I'm giving Mukatsu the opportunity to stop his bullet. Yeah, to deflect the bullet. So.
does the Piccolo like fucking air chop? Fucking bullet goes.
I'm going to give you the opportunity because as
19.
19. Okay, hold on. I was trying to get Mason's sheet open to do this, and for some reason it's like no. I'm like yeah. All right. 19, you said. Thank fucking God you rolled a 12. Okay. So, yeah. And you gotta think, this man's got a +8 to this fucking attack, so you better be glad I rolled low. Yeah. You're faster. When you see Asterius break down this door, you see a man lying in bed. At the sound of this door being bursted open by Asterius, the man immediately jumps up from his bed, pulling a pistol out from under his pillow and just taking a shot. You're faster. You were able to anticipate this. You jump up in front of Asterius and you deflect the bullet. And you see
cut the bullet in two with the fucking katana. Just
fuck yeah.
The bullet would still go through you.
No.
No.
It's a really good katana.
Rolling rule of fucking cool. Yeah, no, I'll give this to you, okay? You do. And you see
there it is.
Breathing heavily, sweat nearly completely drenched in night terror sweat. Shirtless, just nothing but trousers. Mason Gallagher in bed.
Go on, Cherry. Start trying.
I was about to say,
oh my god!
Ooga.
Sorry, Cherry, do you need to perhaps have a moment? Do you need like 10-20 minutes? Do you need a small break for a particular reason?
Hold on, guys. Mama say, mama sa, mama kusa. Okay, I'm healed. Alright,
You see, he is breathing heavily. And he's looking at both of you. He looks at his door. He's still got the gun pointed at both of you.
Morning.
And then when he notices the two of you, he lowers his weapon and he kind of just like flops it over like on his thigh and he goes, "God damn you! That's one of a hell of a wake up call."
My idea.
Yes.
I would like to say, not my idea.
Whose brilliant idea? What? Actually, no. I don't even need to ask. I could tell it was you. It wasn't.
Who else is here?
Yes, exactly.
It was the other guy.
You see, he's like wiping like the night terror sweat from his forehead with his other hand. He's like, "God damn it!"
To be entirely fair, it sounded like something bad was happening, and I was worried.
The only thing that was bad that was happening was me having a fucking nightmare again.
Well, now you're not in it anymore.
Sounds
you're
like
welcome.
a skill issue.
Yo.
Oh, you too, huh?
Yo, dog. Yo,
Don't
dog.
compare
Yo,
your nightmares to mine.
Yo, we're all like Spider-Man pointing. We're like, no, you, yo, say.
My trauma is better than your trauma.
It's funny that y'all are like fucking pointing fingers at each other, and Mason's yelling like it's funny. Like if we were to think of that Spider-Man scenario of you guys pointing fingers at each other, Mason would be just giving y'all the fucking bird. He'd be flipping you both off, being like, "Fuck you both."
No, he's got a gun in one hand, and he's the only person who's got a gun.
He's like he's got a gun in one hand, flipping you the bird, and the other, pointing at the both of you, and then like swapping back and forth.
Sleeping and enjoying my nightmare.
Anyway, you scared the hells out of me, and you see he throws the blanket off, and this man is the epitome of, I don't give two fucks what I look like. I'm wearing pants, and that's all you need to see with my decency. He
throws his blanket off, schlong, gets up.
Nice try. No, this man wears trousers wherever he fucking goes.
No, come on, we don't get to see his massive, enormous, We don't get to see just how,
you have to pay premium
his massive,
for that, baby.
enormous ego.
Listen, I have a fansly. I will say that. This is a lie. I do not have a fansly. But
I can work on it.
You fucking liar!
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Anyway, no, you you see him get out of bed. You see he's just wearing trousers, and those are even loosely like attached to his hips at this point. This man is, if you want to know about a man with like a bunch of body hair, this man has body hair. His chest is beastly. His forearms have
fucking John Connolly ass.
Yeah, like, granted, looking him in the face, if it was anyone else, I'd be like, he's a pretty decent, good-looking guy, sure. I don't know what ladies would say to a man that would look like this, but this is what he looks like, and that's all.
Okay, so Kat, this is great and all, but what's his size? Like, if we were to measure it against like a soda can, how big is this man? Like, are we talking like it's a forearm thickness? Length of a Monster can kind of a thing? Like, what are we talking here?
Are we talking about the thickness of his chest and chest hairs and stuff?
Yep.
We talked about
okay.
Faith,
Okay.
Doug.
Oh yeah,
Let me ask you this: if anyone knows the character Varric Tethris from the Dragon Age series, think that man and his brilliant, godly, dwarven chest hair. That's what you got right here for this.
I don't think we're talking about chest hair.
No,
Kat.
I don't think we are either. Oh no, I think we are talking about how hung he is, but I'm not answering that question.
Get back!
Can I make a perception check on his cock?
What the fuck? No, you may not.
Can you please make a perception?
It's just for science. We just need to know.
Okay, I feel like this is a
first rule of
joke.
improv?
I feel like this is a joke.
Yes, and?
You know what? Fuck. Okay, fine.
Look.
Yes, and you
Okay,
may fucking roll.
Yay!
I gotta take one for the team. Let me take one for the team, guys.
What would I do without
And
you?
I do not know how best to describe this to you guys, so I just can't wait.
Describe his cock in detail.
I swear to God,
Like, is he circumcised? Is he uncut? We're talking like
He's wearing
balls,
pants.
like
You wouldn't be able to tell that. What is happening
I can smell whether or not he's circumcised.
A discerning samurai can be able.
Yeah, a good
scared.
samurai. A good samurai can tell when somebody's circumcised.
What did you roll?
In 18.
For the love of God.
The DC was 25. You can't tell shit.
Damn. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll say this.
Pretty homophobic.
Why is the DC 25 to tell how big his cock is? He's wearing loose-fitting shorts.
They're not shorts, they're trousers.
Fucking paywall between you and his dick, that's why.
Look,
Paywall between you and his cock.
I'll give you this. He don't have no fucking morning wood, that's for sure.
Hey,
so
pull his pants off. Pull his pants off.
Why?
His
What is happening right now? Anyway.
We does is have to know. We does is have to know.
You don't actually. It's called your own headcanon. He could be packing a fucking schmeat, or he could be fucking.
I'm dying right now because I don't know.
Okay, I've got a very important question.
Okay,
does Mason take performance-enhancing substances?
He doesn't need
for his cock.
Substances.
Okay, so he's
for his cock.
So no, because if he doesn't take that, then we can safely assume that he is fucking packing, and I mean like he is probably.
At least balls aren't shriveled.
Look,
he's got some peaches down there, like you know.
Like, look, you got like I'll say this: Asterius and Ishiyama,
How
you
long
guys
are we
see
gonna
this man's
talk
got a
about his
fucking
cock?
6-pack, okay? It's not very. It's not very chiseled, but it's there.
I mean, I feel like we've used a lot of time talking about cocks here. Let's just move on.
Exactly. That's why I'm asking myself constantly on this whole live stream. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is this session right now?
I'm just making memes.
Look, it's not my fault that you made a hot man, okay? Like that seems.
You hear that, Mason? They think you're hot. That's amazing.
That's why we want to know about his car.
All right, let's start a betting pool. Which one of our characters is gonna fuck him first?
Anyway,
I hope it's mine.
Good morning, Captain Twinkus. I appreciate your abs and nothing else.
Okay, now this is.
How do you spell Sudoku?
I'm kidding, but that's where I was going with this. Well, sorry about your door. I'll fix that.
Who fucking cares? It's just a door.
We need to have a montage and fix this joint up at some point.
I mean, have you seen the state of this whole damn place? Do I really look like I care? Sorry, it's just I need a fucking drink. And you see that he's walking past you guys. And he looks at the liquor bottles that are on the table, and you see he's trying to drink out of them, but they're all empty. And he's very frustrated, so he goes over to a cabinet that's across the way. And he opens that up, and he's like looking through a few bottles there. Why are they all empty? Something's gotta have something in it. And he finds one, he shakes it, he's like, okay. And he pulls the cork off that one, and he takes a little swig of whatever's left in it. God.
I mean, we could always just get food somewhere.
That sounds nice, actually. I don't have any food here, so yes, I was going to suggest later after I woke up. But it seems again you woke up before me, and of course you had fun breaking down my door. Not that I care really. I understand.
Oh man, I don't want to be Amazing Spider-Man.
Listen, I had to redo it because my fucking phone crashed, okay? So I just put them where I put them. You're gonna have to be okay with that.
I don't want to be Andrew Garfield.
Oh my god, I'm happy I'm in the meme. Thank you.
I'm just making a joke. It's pretty funny. but I saw it, and my first immediate thought was, "Oh, that's funny," and then the very next thought was, "Oh man, why am I Andrew Garfield?"
Okay.
Well, you said you didn't sleep well. What you want to talk about? What the hell was going on that made me self-conscious enough to fucking bust the door down?
It's nothing. Trust me.
I'm sure it was just a standard nightmare.
Oh yeah. You openly admitting you had one as well, by the way.
That was a joke.
You see that
good joke.
he kind of, when you say that, Ishiyama, to him, he kind of goes still and seems to stare off at some far away object, even though he's just looking at the floor, possibly even at the bottle in his hand. And he says, "Yeah, something like that." And then he chugs the rest of the bottle. You just see him violently throw his head back and just in one long gulp, just gulping down whatever was left of this bottle in one go. Until you see the liquid inside even like swirling slowly down until there's nothing left.
Damn, he's chiefing that hoe.
Yes, he was. He guzzled it in one fucking go.
Yeah.
I don't really know. I don't know the formalities of drinking, so I just assume that it's okay to drink at whatever time of day.
Yeah, it is. Like, who doesn't drink at 3 o'clock on a Monday?
The only person I've hung out with, the only person I've ever hung out with that drinks at any time of the day. So I'm like, this must just be normal.
There's actually... There is supposed to be a time and a place for drinking. I don't give a shit when it is. I'll drink when I please.
Damn, okay.
Well, you just said that out loud. Nobody even...
Oh, yeah.
Was that you all just saying it like out of character? I thought you guys I thought Asterius was saying that.
No, he was just he could tell that Asterius and fucking Mukatsu were staring at him, and he was like, there is a time and place, but I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I mean, hey man, I wouldn't know otherwise.
Perhaps, maybe you should take it a little easy in the morning.
But my favorite drug is alcoholism.
Oh no, he's doing a supervillain laugh. Guys, get out, his boss fight's about to start.
You see, like, as he's chuckling himself, he kind of, like, fumbles back a little bit and, like, very, very...
He's
like almost as if he's in a full drunkard state, like, violently thumping back into his desk, and he's just laughing.
He looks straight at Mukatsu and he says, "You say the dumbest shit."
I promise you, he is not a Dachi. But no, he laughs, and then you see he's like wiping. Maybe it's a little bit of spittle. You're not sure. Maybe it's a little bit of the alcohol. Regardless, he wipes it from his mouth and he looks at you and he says, "If you had even an inkling, if you knew what I had to dream every night, maybe you'd drink like I do too."
Fucking Mukatsu just like fucking straight up like, I got nightmares too. Like I see horrible shit in my dreams. I mean, he's not saying any of this, but he's just like looking at him like, "Are you fucking serious right now?"
I'm just gonna be like,
Mason,
comparison. I'm gonna be like, comparison is the thief of joy.
Mason wipes his mouth again. Just be glad I'm the last one. There will be no more after me. No one needs to be like me. No more like me. Sorry, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm going to go get dressed tonight. And he, like, tries to balance himself as he's standing up. You can see that the alcohol is probably hitting him real hard already. And he's like, "I'm gonna go get dressed, and I guess when you guys are ready, I'll walk out the door with you and we can go get some breakfast somewhere." And he wobbles himself back into his room, and you see he like reaches for the door to like shut it, and then like he's swiping at air, and he looks down, sees the door, and he goes, "Oh, that's right." Well, I guess you're gonna have to see me change, I suppose. And he like goes over to like one of the corners and he starts getting.
We gotta finally see it.
I'm gonna. Nope, I'm gonna stop this right now. I'm gonna walk my ass over there and pick that stupid door up and fucking put it in the fucking frame while he's doing this.
You can't tease us like that. That's homophobic. Please, just an inkling of his penis.
I'm sorry. As much as we've joked, when he's like, "Oh, I'll have to change," Mukatsu will turn around and give him his privacy.
Don't worry. Like I said, he goes behind like you know how like those
slutty little cover,
a partition.
Yes, a partition. Thank you. Because everyone has those back in this time of era.
A slutty little cover. We can see the silhouette. It's like a hot lady, like the Looney Tunes.
You wish you could see a silhouette. There is no silhouette. It's like there's no like.
It's a Looney Tunes joke.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, because I know there's some partitions that are like that. His partition isn't like that. It's like solid wood. With like intricate designs.
Like a DM screen, right?
Exactly. It's like a fucking DM screen. We are now going to move the scene. Far, far from here. Trying to find the right songs. I apologize.
Dear God, please make me a bird so I can fly far, far away.
Trying to find the right song to play for this. I really don't know what theme would be good to play. I guess maybe this one? We'll see. No, that's just way too upbeat. We're just gonna pick one and go, I guess. Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know which one to pick. I'm just gonna find one, I guess. That should be fine. And if it isn't, then we'll switch it later. We now move this scene. We head back to the beggar's nest. I'm clicking transition. Why is it not transit? There we go. We now move ourselves to the beggar's nest. It is very early in the morning. Twig and Tack, were you guys able to sleep peacefully tonight? Or last night? Or were the events of last night just too much to bear?
Nah, Tack slept fine.
Tack slept fine?
Twig did not sleep at all. She's counting the days again. Since she last slept, she is like up and awake defending the child with her life.
I would say then that with you being awake, you were up with Jocks all night. This poor boy just could not sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw that demonic face again, slaying the orc that had chased him. He knows that it wasn't evil, and yet it terrified him. You were up with him all night, not just counting the seconds, the minutes, the hours, but you were up with him too, trying to help him sleep, and he just couldn't, because every time he closed his eyes, he saw that demonic-looking mask. But he now finally does wake. He did finally go to sleep, though, after fighting it for so long. And you see that he did not have a single nightmare, it seemed. He seemed to have slept peacefully. You see him now, curled up on your bed of stuff and things.
Bed of stuff and things, yes. The pile of clothes and bits and bobs that I call a bed.
And he seems happy, at least, for the time being. You hear your stomach growl. And you realize...
damn it!
Yeah.
Jack!
It's time to get some sleep, I think.
Jack! I'm hungry!
What an alarm clock.
Then find something to eat.
You're just such a bummer! And Twig goes to check the rat traps again.
You got money, dog.
This is true. We got money, but we need to be conservative.
Nah, you need to fucking. Y'all died yesterday. Y'all need to go to the Hilton and fucking get that Continental and shit. Fuck, use the waffle maker.
You check the rat traps. Go ahead and roll me. We'll say survival skill for this one.
Survival?
Yes.
Gotcha. And that's survival. Where is it? It's a +1. That's gonna be a 19 total.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
I will say that when you go out there to check your rat traps, because I'll say this, I'll give you guys this from last night after coming home and with you, Twig, just unable to sleep. I would say that you found a way to make sure the cats wouldn't get your rats from the rat traps. You were able to find... Let me roll something.
You had a cat trap on top of your rat trap.
Let me roll something real quick.
I'm like holding a shotgun,
Okay, fine,
and I'm just
the
like,
die. Fine, I'll grab a different die. We'll roll a different die. Then you want to be stinky like that. Okay.
And made a magical laser pointer that distracted the cats the whole night.
Let's see. Find.
So-called free thinkers when they see a red dot.
You were able to find 5 rats because I don't know how many traps I would say you have set up. But I'll say you find at least 5 rats.
we're eating good tonight. I collect the dead rats. To get ready, to prepare them, and hopefully make at least something to eat.
Yeah.
I, collect them. I go, do the kobold thing.
And
then and then I, with the rats in hand, like I'm carrying them, like I don't know how to put it, but you know how when you like put your hands into like a bowl shape in front of you to carry lots of things? That. I go up to.
You're cradling all these dead rats in your hand.
Yeah, I'm cradling them. I'm like, hey, Chunks, we got food.
What? Food? And you see Jocks
It's the nut.
Waking up, he's wiping his eyes.
We gotta skin them and cook them a little bit. But it'll be food until we can go out to get something nicer.
Huh? Oh, you got rats.
Yeah, I shooed those cats away, the bloody little...
Yeah, they were stinkers.
I was, like in my mind, I am about to say those bloody little goblins, and then I, bite my tongue, and I go, those bloody little savages!
They are little savages. They're mean. One scratched me one time. I was so scared of cats ever since. Not all cats are mean, though. Just some. I think that one was just hungry. How many did
probably.
you bring? That's a lot.
1, 2, 3, 5, 7. I've got 6. I said 7. So we've got 2 each.
That's a lot.
Guys.
That means wait, if there's 2 each, so how did she do it? 2, 4, 6. So that means we can eat 6 and have one that we can split between all 3 of us later.
No, we've only got 2 each. See, and I drop the rats onto the floor and like sort them into like the pairs of 2. So I've got 6 there. I just said we had 7 because I don't know how to count.
It's funny because it's like you have 5 rats and he's like,
Twig, there's
yeah.
There's
6, 7.
1, 2, 3,
3,
4,
6.
5. There's 5 rats here.
Oh, there was 5. Okay, my bad.
No,
Sorry.
you're good. Yeah. He's like,
I was.
Alright, but this works perfectly because it's like, hey, you have this many, and poor Jocks is like,
actually, you have this many.
Oh.
I got you, fam.
I'm sorry. I thought we had more. Looks like we're 1 short.
It's okay. We'll make 2 for you, 2 for Tack, and I'll have 1.
Are you sure? I can split my rat with you, and you and me can have halfsies.
You are growing up. You need all the food you can get. And I come over and I ruffle his hair a little bit.
No.
you see he like takes both of his hands, he's like trying to flatten it down. But it doesn't work, his hair is just spiky.
Alright. Do you wanna... I'm gonna teach you. I'm sorry we have to pull you into this life, but we're gonna teach you how to skin a rat.
That's okay, because what if I have to fend for myself outside the city and stuff when I go on adventures and stuff when I get older?
Well, hopefully we'll be able to get more luxurious foods, like a deer.
All about.
Yeah.
That's what I like to hear.
Then I would have to learn how to skin a deer, and have what's their meat called?
Venison.
Venison.
Deer.
He looks over at you.
Venison.
Do I have a dagger? No, I don't have a dagger.
You got a hammer. You got a hammer and some metal. You could probably make one. Just saying.
Possibly.
I mean, we skin rats. We would have something to skin rats with.
Look, I'll say this.
Yeah,
everyone has a little skinning knife. Everyone's gonna have a skinning knife somewhere.
You got my,
home.
I got my rat skin knife.
I'll say this, even if it's not in your character sheet, I'll say because you're in your home, you would have a skinning knife in your home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where'd you put the skin knife? And I immediately just start digging through shelves.
Under your bed fucking pile. Like, oh, there it is.
I don't know.
Where'd you put it? I swear it was you who skinned them last time.
Where did you put it?
I wish I knew what it looks like. I could help you look.
I wasn't the one who skinned them last time.
Why do you lie all the time?
I'll say.
You always do this.
You always put the knife somewhere else when you're done. It would be right here otherwise.
I'll say.
Not
Twig.
even registering.
Yeah.
I'll say Twig, since you're looking for this knife, and I'll say because you misplace it all the time, you'll have to roll an investigation with a disadvantage.
Oh, this is perfect. Give me a second. I need to open up my dice bag and get a second one out. This is brilliant.
You got your fancy glasses though. Those help you at all in retrieving things?
Sorry?
You got your fancy glasses. Do those help you all at retrieving things or no?
No, it zooms in things. Rolling with disadvantage.
Yes.
Even with a disadvantage, I still got a 16 as my lowest because I've got a +5 to my investigation.
Okay, I went ahead and rolled to see how concealed this item is. I rolled an 8. So I'll say you, despite how many times you've misplaced it, you somehow find it. It's sitting directly in front of you. You just kept looking over it constantly. It's on the cutting board.
Loading screen, loading screen, loading screen. Ding!
I know where it is. And the thing is like, it is supposed to go with, like, on the opposite side of the room, like, with the other knives, but you left it on the cutting board again.
I pick it up, and I'm like, Tack, I found the knife! Again! It was on the cutting board! Jux, can you bring the rats, please?
Sure.
And you see Jocks, like when he picks them up all by their tails, and he's got three in one hand and 2 in the other, and he's like you see he's like pitter pattering over to you with the rats in hand.
Here you go.
Thank you. Now I'm gonna teach you how to skin a rat, and I'd like to attempt to skin the rat.
All right. What's your roll to skin a rat? Yeah, survival. We'll call it a survival roll.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll for survival.
Assuming you've done this before.
16! I'm fucking popping off today!
Alright, yeah. And I'll say, yeah, I'll say that you very easily are able to skin these rats. Tack.
Now, when you cut into the guts, you gotta be sure not to pop the stomach. You gotta take it out. You gotta extract it. And I'm like teaching Jux, like I'm just showing them, like watch close now.
Okay.
Right.
And you see that he is actually very, very slowly and cautiously following your directions. Let me roll for him real quick.
Probably give advantage though.
He fucking follows your directions easily.
Popping off!
I was worried about it.
He has not failed a single roll, that kid.
Except once.
He got grappled one time.
Just one time. It was when you guys were running away from the orcs for the very first time.
He got grappled.
I told Tack to decide between. I asked Luigi to decide odds or evens, and whatever she chose, Jocks got the opposite. So I rolled the opposite, and Jocks got caught. But that was just one time. Otherwise, yes, he literally has succeeded every roll since, which is weird. And he's got +0.
He's a fucking champion of a kid. This kid is fucking popping off.
I swear he is, and he has +0 to everything. He's just got 10 and everything. Because he's just a commoner.
Make him a rogue.
It's funny because there is a stat for a goblin commoner with like slightly less HP, but I can't look at the full stat block because I would have to fucking purchase the stat block and I'm not doing that crap.
Well,
Sorry, I'll have to look it up on like Google or something. But I'm
just
not
kidding. Don't do that.
Exactly, I'm not gonna do that. Because I'm just gonna use the commoner because it says any race, medium. I mean, granted, he's not a medium, but still, who fucking cares? So yeah. He learns and is able to follow your directions nearly to a T. In fact, it kind of impresses you a little bit of like how well he does this and like is very careful of like removing the guts and things from the rat before continuing the skinning, like the rest of the skinning process.
Concerns you from being traumatized by a knife wound yesterday to precisely deftly gutting a thing with absolute precision that maybe this kid's aging just a bit fast.
I think I got it.
You did! Whoa! Sorry.
No, you're good. As you two are having this little bonding moment, Tack.
Yeah?
You used some spell slots yesterday. And yes, while you've rested, I will say that because yours is specific to you, I'll say that this is your opportunity to quote-unquote get your spell slots back by doing your mortar and pestle with your spores to, grind them up and things, how you would do that. I would like for you to roll an Arcana check, or just an Arcana roll. Not an Arcana check, but an Arcana roll to see how well you're able to do this. And to see as well if you have enough spores to do this with.
That is that is a 6 plus 1.
Ooh,
no, 6 plus 3, a 9.
Oh, a 9. If I remember correctly, you only used 2 spell slots yesterday, right?
Yes,
because you did blindness and then you did that cloud.
Infestation.
Yeah, so let me see something here. Let me go ahead and roll a d4 and see how many you get back. Fuck, I rolled a 2. Yeah, you get both your spell slots back. I mean, granted, I already say, regardless, with a long rest, you get them back anyway, but still, I'm like, hey, let's make this kind of fun. You are able to craft up your spores into the powder that you need. As you guys are milling about and preparing your morning meal, like your morning breakfast with the rats and finishing the skinning process and things, and you are preparing your spells. Well, yeah, your druid spells, I should say. There is some commotion outside. Jocks very carefully peeks out of one of the little holes, and you see his eyes widen, and he goes, "We have to be very quiet. It's the orcs. They're back."
What? And I immediately go for my weapon, and I'm just holding it like, they ain't taking her home.
Yeah, you do. And as everyone is quieting down, you hear
I did just activate an IRL word ban in the
oh my god,
in the
Nihilus?
Twitch chat, by the way.
God freaking darn it!
Flip and
no
flap.
IRL. No. I did the IRL word ban. Not the no cursing. Your word that's banned for the next couple of minutes is roll, by the way.
Alright, then I'll do a different roll. ROLE.
There you go.
Roll.
So, that is me, to be honest, Cherry. Thank you.
I did say specifically roll as in roll a dice. ROLL.
Exactly.
It is banned for the next 5 minutes.
Don't worry, I'll work around that.
Good thing it's not in my Rolodex.
Twig and Tack, along with Jocks, you stay quiet for a moment, and then you hear them. Their loud footsteps. Their snarls, their grunts. Them little fuckers are around here somewhere. We need to find them. You sure? Well, of course. If our eyes said anything, they saw them 2 little kobolds run this way. And that little goblin kid. Fine. I suppose we could look around one more time. Gotta be here somewhere. I don't give a shit where we have to look, just tear the whole damn district apart. We'll find them. And that woman, too, the other day. You sure? I mean, she was pretty, weird and all, and... Boss said to find all the people who took out our guys. You really want to piss off the boss? No. I'd rather not end up in the Neverwinter River. Yeah, exactly what I thought. What about this windmill here? I need you two to now roll stealth checks for me, please.
Oh no! Oh no!
Anybody have pass without a trace by chance?
You already said roll, Cat.
No, fuck!
Dirty 20, by the way.
I need you to role
Nice.
play for me your stealths. That's what I meant to say.
I'm adding another 2 minutes to your timer.
Fair.
So you have 5 minutes
I know.
back up.
Fair, because I did say, yeah, I'll work around it, and then I just didn't because I was in the freaking moment.
And then immediately didn't.
I know. I was in the moment.
Yeah, you're back.
Understand.
You're back to 5 minutes.
Oh, screw
Dirty
you,
20.
man. Anyways, so yes, please role play your stealth checks for me. Don't you freaking dare, James.
I got a 12.
Okay, you got a
dirty
12,
20.
Dirty 20. And Jocks gets... Oh my fucking god, he got a nat 20. What the shit?
Jocks is poppin'!
Yeah, we're fucking cracked in this campaign. We're just rolling super high all the time.
So you know how
the NPC is the one that's got the freaking gnats high, and he gets
I've rolled less than
I've
rolled less than a 10 like maybe twice. It's pretty fucking nuts.
How I said that at the start of this campaign that I just get to win. That's just what's happening, except with this NPC.
Okay.
You've manifested Jock's future.
So here's the thing, if I may. You got a dirty 20. Jock's got a nat 20. Yeah, you got a dirty 20. Jock's got a nat 20. Can you guess how much the thugs freaking got?
5.
I don't know, Kat. What did the thugs roll?
What do you think they rolled?
A nat 20.
A nat fucking 20. So. Oh
no.
I will make this a choice for you, Twig. Odds or evens?
Evens. Fuck it.
I'm going to roll my d20. If it lands on evens, all 3 of you are safe. If it rolls on odds, you will all be caught.
Do the D100. It's more funny.
Oh, that actually sounds fair. I will do a D100, in fact. Thank you. Thank you. I do have this beautiful D100. So, I will do that instead. Let me just do this. You guys can't see this, so I'm gonna just flop out all my dice onto my bed. You probably heard that in the background. Anyways, I'm gonna take my D100 and I'm gonna roll this. Again, evens, all 3 of you are safe. Odds, you get caught.
We're fucked.
Exactly. Get fucked. Alright, here we go.
Get fucked.
Everyone cross your fingers. Let's see how this goes. I rolled a 58.
Oh, thank God. I was holding my fucking breath.
I was really scared too, because I was looking at the 58, and the way that this rolls, I have to be very careful and do a double take on this, because the 58 is next to another number. Yeah, because that's what I'm doing. Hold on, there's a 58 next to another number. What was that other number? It was 40 something. 40. It was an odd, so I'm trying to see what it was. But the point is, where are you? I saw the 58. Well, either way, there was another number that was an odd number next to the 58, and I'm that's why I had to do a second to pause and double take on that, because, oh boy, that was scary. Yes, you guys are lucky. These orcs come over to the windmill, but they take a peek, and then next thing you know, as they are searching around, and a cat just jumps out and claws one of the orcs in the face, and then just begins to run off. Stupid little fucker! Oh! You got scratched by a face. Fuck you! Come over again. Sorry.
Shoot him in the fucking face.
I swear to God, if I see another damn cat in this district, I'm going to put it in a frickin'... And you just hear him grumbling as he begins to storm off, and the other guy's like, oh, it's just a cat. You can't be... You gotta admit it was a little funny. Hey, now you got a little scar in your face. Oh, no, that's right. You little baby Scratch. Shut the fuck up. And
I got this from some really mean pussy. It was right there. It was just too easy.
It really was too easy. You three are now safe.
Yeah.
For this
Thank
moment.
God.
You may not be so lucky next time, but for the time being, you three are safe.
I kind of turn to tack, and I'm like, it's getting a little bit hot here. I don't know. I don't want to have to move again, but I don't want to risk it either.
We'll have to leave, at least for now.
We have to go away because of me. I'm sorry.
It might be our only option. Where would we even go?
Down to
Goblin Town.
Goblin Town.
Down by the river.
Oh no. But yes, you three, Jocks, Twig, and Tack, with Jocks, now have to figure out where to go because this is becoming a bit of a hot zone for you three. I will let that be a discussion between you two. Because Jocks, being a child, and right now just crying because he feels like it's his fault that they are after you guys, he's just gonna sit down and start crying.
I'm gonna go up to him, I'm gonna sit next to him and hug him, and we're like, no, please, please. It's not no, don't cry. It's okay, we're safe. Nothing's happening.
Really? You sure?
Yes, I am 100% confident. It's okay.
I don't want to leave our new home.
We will have. Hang on, sorry, say again? You cut out a little bit.
Sorry, yeah, he's like,
you cut out.
I don't want to leave my new home. I like it.
We don't want to leave either, but when it gets too hot, we just gotta go sometimes.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. It's okay. And I give him another hug, and I'm like, I'm not sure yet, but we'll figure something out. And my sister's really smart, and we always find a new spot when this kind of thing happens.
Tack, where would you think is a good place for the three of you to hunker down? A new place, away from the Blood Drop Gang?
Away from the Blood Drop Gang would be outside of the Beggar's Nest.
At least outside of this district, yes.
Yeah.
There is parts of this district that are safe, but for how long you're not sure. The lower region of the chasm / Beggar's Nest here in Neverwinter is a bit safer because it is being more or less overseen by another group of individuals. But I would say that you don't know too much information and if they're trustworthy or not. If you're able to make your way through the district and even to the graveyard, that could be a place of sanctuary, but you're not sure, again, for how long. Making your way even across the bridge to either the Tower District or even through another gate into the Merchant District would probably be y'all's better bet as well. But again, you would have to find your way through the city and safely as well to avoid the blood drops. So I will make this a choice between you two specifically, as you both are together. I will let you guys role play this out, where you two think you should go.
Well, I'm still hugging jocks, and I kind of look up a little bit, and I'm like, what do we do? Tack, where do we go? We've got no money.
I'm thinking about it.
The only other thing that I can really think of is the merchants. The Merchants Guild?
The Merchants District, yeah.
District. The Merchants District, because they've got lots of small crevices and corners we can hide in, and we can steal if we need to.
Guards watch there more closely. It's harder to get away with theft.
I'm out of ideas then. I don't know what. I don't know.
I can gather what I can. Set up a shop.
Do you think they'd let some scrawny little kobolds like us even in?
We have to try.
I'll make like a fucking lemonade stand for mushrooms.
Get your freshly squeezed cobalt lemonade here.
Your freshly squeezed cobalt milk.
No, shut up! No! Someone's been playing fucking Kobold Care too much.
Oh no! I was choking on actual, the last bit of my drink. I know it was a joke, but also
Glue. Glues, there's a reason we're banned from Twitch.
Got loud. You're not allowed.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. So,
well,
Tech, what's the plan?
So what did you say the other option was? Sorry?
You could either try to make your way to the Never Death Graveyard, which is a cemetery that's also being overlooked by some doom guides, which are basically, they are, you know them as religious figures that follow the god of death and his rules and his like laws to protect to keep the dead dead so they do not become undead. Basically also protecting Neverwinter. This is a role that has been in existence for nearly 300 or more years. And they have now just claimed the Never Death Graveyard as theirs so that the dead never rise. Because that was a I don't want to use this word, but I'm going to have to because it's the best way to explain this. It was a pandemic when Neverwinter was attacked by the undead, and there was their own dead rising from the graves, and it had attacked Neverwinter almost 300 plus years ago. And the Doom Guides...
Classic.
And the Doom Guides basically were there to stop that from happening, and they've now just completely claimed the Never Death Graveyard as their sanctuary to protect those that are, like, to keep the dead dead, to protect them. And also, they've also are the ones that do the funeral rites and things like that. Neverwinter, the people of Neverwinter burn their dead, they cremate their dead, but because these Doom Guides have kept their word for the last 300 years, people are now safe to bury their dead, but a lot more still cremate them out of fear of this possibly happening again. But it has not happened in almost 300 years now. That's one place you guys could go. You could also go across the bridge into the Tower District, which is just a amalgamation of a bunch of apartment buildings, but also there is I have to actually go online to look at my map again because on World Anvil, so I apologize. But there is also the Mage's Tower there, which is the Tower of the Tower of Many Cloaks, which is also a guild of mages that like live in that tower, and they that's the best way I could explain this because my train of thought is just not here. It's lost. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good.
I just want to look at the map, please. Thank you. Here we go. I finally can look at the map. The Cloak Tower. I apologize. The Cloak Tower is another reason for why this district is called the Tower District. You got the Cloak Tower, which is occupied by the Many-Starred Cloaks, which is a guild of wizards known for their colorful and whimsical cloaks. There's also the Shard of the Moon, which is a floating tower in that district. It is sitting square in the center of that district, which is why, again, this is known as the Tower District. But it's just a bunch of apartment buildings and things like that. Just a lot of, like, middle-class folks live there. You could cross the bridge to get to that. Or, again, like I said, the Never Death Graveyard, which is being guarded by the Doom Guides of the god of the... being basically watched over by the Doom Guides who follow the god of the dead, Kalimavor. And then, of course, you could make your way to the Merchant District, which is obviously where all the merchants live. It's where, like, the main imports and exports come in and out of. There's also merchant stalls there. It's where the Grand Emporium is. And a lot of, like, the major business is in that district. So one of those three those two main districts, or even the graveyard, is possibly your better bet.
Did you get a little fucking chunk of change from the fucking dead guy, or?
They did, yeah.
Not a lot.
Not
like a lot.
Just wondered.
But it should be enough to at least do something with. But what, yeah. You're not sure. It just also depends on where you go to.
Down payment.
I think the best bet would be to start a home in the merchants. Like, that's the only thing we can do where we've got guaranteed safety. I'm still hugging the child, by the way.
Yes.
I haven't stopped hugging this poor kid who thinks it's their fault.
What about safety from the guards?
What are they gonna do to us? They're not in with the blood drops, are they?
Well, no. But what type of person is in with a gang?
I don't know. A bad person?
People without money. Poor people. Us.
It's like us. Oh, that's right.
You wanna join the gang?
No.
That would be something.
They might just suspect us of being a part.
Being a what?
A part of the gang.
What gang?
Not if we've got a child with us, surely.
I mean, yes, too.
I'm not saying no, I'm simply giving my precaution. We just have to be careful. We'll go to the merchants district.
The sky kidnapped me again. That was a lot easier than dealing with this.
Sure it was.
That.
The other option. I mean, we could always hide in those fancy towers where all the rich people live.
They keep those places spotless.
And we can be clean.
Yeah, huh? Go
What I'm
on.
saying is, God. It would be hard to hide there.
One of them's fucking floating.
It's your idea then, cause I'm out. We're gonna what? We're gonna what? We're just gonna die out here. I don't want to die.
We're not going to.
What do we do?
As I said, the Merchants District seems like the best place.
But you just said we'd have issues.
We'll have issues anywhere.
Valid.
Please don't fight.
Oh, wait, what did it? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
We'll have issues anywhere we
Please
go.
don't fight.
I look at Jock and I realize like what's actually happening between me and, you know, my sister, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, little kiddo. I didn't mean for you to hear all that.
Maybe we could try the Merchants District. At least the blood drops aren't allowed in there.
What do I sell though? I mean, I can only make tinkering and
I don't know, but
I can tinker. I can repair things.
yeah,
Yes.
Things.
maybe,
Oh my God.
yeah, maybe they would be happy if we repair stuff, and you, Tack, you do stuff with the mortal and pestle. Maybe you can make medicine, and together we could make enough money to buy a new home, and that way we can stay away from the district, and we'll be a family and have.
We understand that.
He's just excited. Don't yell at him.
Please don't yell at everybody.
Nice.
It's okay. We love you. Well, I love you.
I love you guys too.
We love you. It's okay. Hey,
Freaking turn this kid against me.
I love you both.
you're doing plenty good job of that on your own.
But Jox is not like that, don't worry.
You have done that yourself.
I love you too, Tack. Don't worry, I love you too. But yeah, I think that's a better idea. I've heard. I don't really want to go to the Tower District. That's where my sister and I ran away from. There was, well, maybe it wasn't that part district. Maybe it was a different district, but it was definitely from that direction we came. And I don't really want to go back there. I'm sorry.
We won't go back there. It's okay.
Okay.
We'll figure this out. We're smart cookies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you said cookies and my stomach grumbled.
Yeah, we kind of got interrupted before we could cook our rats.
Yeah. It's a good thing we didn't build our fire yet. They would have definitely found us.
Valid.
Well, and I turn back to Tack. If it's the only place we can go, then I guess it's what we gotta do. Right?
Yes.
I'll finish cooking and I'll start the preparations. I think it's time for us to get out of here.
I'll gather what I need to.
And I'll help. You just tell me what I need to carry, and I'll help you guys carry it.
You're such a good kid. And I scruffle his hair again.
And you see he like tries to flatten it again, but it's just his hair is spiky, so he can't.
Alright.
We are going to move from that scene now. And now we're going to make our way over to the Black Lake District.
Ooh.
Lilius, you still with us, my dear?
Oh no!
Cherylicious definitions.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm in my kitchen. I ran to get water.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Do I need to give you a minute?
Okay. No, I'm good. I'm gonna run back to my room 1 sec.
Okay.
No, it's okay. I can entertain.
Oh, that's okay. I'll just set up the scene.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I'll just happily set up the scene. Lilius, last night was definitely something. You were pretty sure. Trevin bringing you all the way to the Beggar's Nest, the Chasm district of all places, meeting with a bunch of gang members from the Blood Drops, trying to pay off a poor girl's family debt, only to realize that she didn't have much more to pay. But it's already too late now. There's no reason to even make the attempt to pay off this debt because, well, surely if you were to even make the attempt to show your face back at that district again as your nightly persona, they would definitely find you, and they would definitely have some heavily choice words for you. And if not, well, either way, you would probably end up in a fight that you can't win by yourself. Not when there's 5 of them probably waiting for you. If yesterday's fight was anything to scoff at, if it weren't for those other strangers making their way into that same alleyway, hell, you probably wouldn't have been able to protect Trevin. Especially not with those that lurked in the shadows waiting on their boss's word. You were able to escort Trevin and his lover Maria back to the Black Lake District. He decides to rent out a small room at the local inn there, just for him and his lover, and he thanks you for your time. And when he does, he asks you if you wanted a reward, a payment for your help. Did you accept?
She tells him whatever payment he's going to give to her forward to Lilius because, end quote, if tonight is any example what it's like to serve him, then she certainly deserves it.
All right. When you...
Oh, altruistic, wait a second.
I'll say Trevor was definitely surprised by that, but, you know, he does have to give it to Lilius. He did find this Madame Mysterious. Or she did find this Madame Mysterious for him, so she has to know some people, so of course.
You take pictures of Madame Mysterious, surely you're going to.
Yeah, I'll hang out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a book club.
So, the very next morning, you're doing as you normally do. You're straightening up the beds, making sure things are properly in their place. While you're waiting, you're hoping that Trevin comes in through the door, and he still hasn't yet to come. But a courier does arrive. And in fact, one of the manservants comes to you, the one who normally answers the door, and he approaches you, and he says, "Miss Lilius, madam," and he hands you a small envelope. "A note from the Lady Juniper for you."
Thank you kindly. And she's gonna, open it.
It seems the young lady was able to make it to her friend Emily's house safely. Well, I shall leave you now to read the letter. And he turns and he walks away. The letter is unopened, but there was word that she was leaving to see her friend and spend a few days with her. At least that is what she told everyone else. You, on the other hand, knew that she was to meet her beau and then head her way over to her friends. When you open the letter...
Yes, and the...
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, Melissa's hoping that this is just really good news and that this horrible feeling she has is just paranoia.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When you open the letter, you see it is written simply,
Dearest Lilias, you have no idea how happy I am to write this note to you. I'm finally at my friend Emily's house. He was everything I had hoped he'd be. His home was so nice and clean, and oh my goodness, and he showed me where he worked. It was wonderful. Of course, we didn't go in. It was late, and he'd rather me see his home instead. Oh, and it was so luscious and beautiful. His garden, the flowers. He learned how to plant them for me, so that I had something to do at home. Wasn't that sweet? Anyway, I just wanted to send the good news your way and tell you that I'm glad that I didn't need to use my little letter opener. Everything went so well. I think I might see him again soon. Oh, but I better hurry along. This is supposed to be just a little note. Take care. Yours in confidence, Juniper Rivico.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, yeah, go on.
No, I was gonna say, what is it you wanted to say? There was nothing else.
Lilias is going to, like, sigh, but she's gonna, like, look the front and back of the note. And, like, even hold it up to a candle and shit.
Oh, you're trying to, like, discern if there's, like, anything extra going on with this note?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll a... I'll let this be your choice. Either investigation or perception.
Okay. Actually.
Does it smell like citrus?
She has a passive investigation of 14, but I can roll anyway.
Yeah. I'd rather you roll to see if maybe you can discern something more. But again, I'll make it your choice of either perception or investigation.
What is actually better? What is better? She wonders out loud.
You wonder out loud, and here I am like, what is a better stat going over to your character sheet myself?
I think they're both the same, actually.
We're about to find out when this little snowy animation ends. Thank you. Let me see.
Actually, I'm going to use my investigation. It's much better.
Oh my god, yeah, your investigation's a +4. Your perception's only a +2, so yes.
Are you...
Okay, okay, we're gonna use my die, and we'll see if they're friends with me today.
Come on, baby, tabletop.
Sorry, I hit my desk. Give them a nice little roll in your hands, just like warm them up, and then let it rip.
Yeah, I will. I don't have anything to roll them on either, so this ought to be interesting.
Throw it on the ground and fucking be like...
Yeah, throw it on the ground and hope for the best.
I rolled them... Shit, I cannot see that. What is that? 15 plus 4.
No ways.
19.
Table's hot.
That's a very good roll.
Ow.
I'll say this. If it was anyone else looking this note over, it would just look like a very simple, typical note that a young girl would send to her personal maid to let her know what's going on. You notice the handwriting is a tad off.
Ooh.
It's nearly, in fact, to a normal person, if your investigation wasn't that high, I would say that to the naked eye, it would have looked like Juniper's handwriting, and it does. It really is her handwriting, but it's just slightly off. And you're not
like maybe her hands were shaking.
Yeah, but you now, with an investigation of 19, though, I will tell you that despite how strange it looked, you again maybe thinking, her hands were shaking, possibly from excitement. But then you realize the way she writes her Y's looked off. You know Juniper's handwriting extremely well. The way she wrote the letter Y, every time the letter Y would appear in this note, it looked off. Juniper, when she writes a Y, because she writes beautifully in cursive, the Y would swoop up and she would make a nice little loop. This one, the Y is very sharp. It goes up really harsh into the rest of the word. Juniper never writes like that, despite how nearly identical this handwriting is from like what her normal handwriting is, how extremely similar this is, in fact almost identical, save for this one letter that's different. And it's only the little Y's. The big Y's look fine. It's the little Y's that made you notice this.
Yeah, Lilius doesn't like this one bit. She is immediately going to go to Emily's. And she's going to, like, take, like, a shawl or something with her. Like, just under the guise that she's paranoid, she's going to take, like, a shawl or a pair of gloves and, like, pretend that Juniper left them. And she was just, like, being dutiful and bringing them to her just so, like, she wouldn't miss them. But it's definitely to make sure that she's alive.
Fair. Okay. I will say, on your way out, you do see the Lord and the Lady, and they did question you, of course. And I'll say real quickly that you did, because you explained it to me, I'll say you explained that to them. And of course, they go, "Oh, of course, dear, you go ahead and head to Emily's and send that to our daughter." And as when you're about to make your way out, Trevin walks into the door, accompanied by Maria. Maria is no longer clad in the nearly, she's not as,
She doesn't look like a prostitute.
Basically, yeah. I was gonna use the word scantily, and I was like, is that the word? Am I saying it right? What the fuck is wrong with my mouth?
She
doesn't look like the... I forgot the word.
See?
There's
exactly.
a word for it.
See, that's exactly what's going on with me.
A charlatan, a lady
but basically,
of the night.
she does not look like a lady of the night anymore. Yes, she's not dressed in like some like she's not barely covering. She's now like in a proper dress, and it looks like it's a dress that was. It's not like a high noblewoman's dress. It's just a very lovely like middle class dress, possibly a dress that was quickly purchased, just for covering. And she does look beautiful though. Her hair is put up in beautiful ringlets and things. It looks like she did her own hair, and she does look modest. She looks beautiful, in fact. And you see Lord Rivico look this young lady over and look over at Trevin. And he goes, "Trevin, what is this?" Well, before I do that, I have a little quick business, Lilius. And he comes over to you, and you see he puts a small coin pouch in your hand. The individual that you recommended, that you sent my way, she told me to give this to you. Thank you. You definitely have done wonders for me. Finding them and sending them my way. And you receive 12 gold pieces.
She just nods. Thanks, Trevin. Are you gonna be okay, Trevin? She just nods. She just looks past him. She's like, "Do I have time to sit here and stay for the shit show?"
But yeah, you can now add 12 gold pieces to your inventory.
Ooh.
That's how much he was going to pay Lady Mysterious, and instead he now pays you. What is this?
Lady Mysterious.
Funny enough, I rolled it. It was a D12.
Everybody over here, fucking over here, like, oh, over 12 gold pieces. Meanwhile, Mukatsu's fucking carrying around like 5 platinum and fucking 30 gold.
Damn, God. She's a maid, bro.
Okay, imagine being classist like that. Right? It's not my fault I grew up in the slums.
Look, I took the fucking buy your... I took the buy your equipment option, and then fucking only spent like 70 fucking gold.
Oh, you weren't a slave? Must have been nice.
Yeah, actually, Mukatsu was a fucking high-class warrior, so
he served a nobleman who, like, a lord who fucking loved him to pieces.
Well, that and like you were the last fucking, you were the last chunk of a dynasty, practically speaking. So if you ran away.
Again, though, to balance that out, Mukatsu doesn't know how much gold is worth, so he just fucking throws it away.
He's just taking it. He doesn't care, right?
He's like, here, take all this money if you help me fight for my country.
You just like find some beggars like here. I guess you can.
I mean, in the first session, they were asking for 1 copper. You tried to give them a gold piece.
That's true. But yes, as soon as that happens, he then goes, Trevin thanks you again. And then he goes over to Maria and brings her in. He goes, Father,
Maria.
I'm ready for you to meet the young lady I've been courting. This is Maria. And you see Maria, she comes over and she bows. And the way she acts, even though you know that she is not of a higher born, the way she acts, maybe she was slightly rehearsed by Trevin. Regardless, she's doing really well. And she bows respectfully. And she goes,
"It is a pleasure to meet you, my lord. But yes, Trevin and I have been speaking often, and well,
speaking.
He wanted me to finally meet you.
Oh, Trevin, darling, she's beautiful. Hello, dear. And you see Lady Rivico come over to her and take Marie's hands. Would you like some tea?
Yes. Please, milady.
Oh, please, do not call me that. Call me Eleanor. Come in, darling. And you see that she's just taken to this young lady. She's just so happy for her son.
My man got lucky.
Elgina, isn't this wonderful? He found a lovely young lady. Come on, dear. And she takes her to the dining room, and he goes, well, if Eleanor is happy, come on, my boy. And Trevin kind of looks at you, and he's very quiet, silently giving you the little thumbs up. Yes, he's like, he's walking away. Yep. and
80s fucking 80s movie, fucking bullshit.
And he goes, and you hear Lord Rivico say, "So tell me, Trevin, how did you meet this beautiful young lady?" Well, that's a long story. Let me tell you how it went. And from there, you hear Trevin recount a tale that definitely is probably not true, but definitely sounds at least nice enough for his father to be like, "Oh, that's wonderful, the promenade, that's why you always wait on the promenade. Not just for morning walks, but to meet her. That's so I would
How
admit,
many orcs
son.
you gotta kill to get a wife around here?
He is just ecstatic for his son. Especially, and that's why I'm not gonna roll for him, because I'm like, if his wife is happy, he ain't gonna give two shits. I mean, his wife's happy, and you know what? Maybe it's for good reason. This gives you the opportunity to walk out.
Yes. Lilius is just kind of going to be like, well, that's one thing I don't have to worry about. And she's going to, like, hurry to Emily's home.
You know these parts of the streets well. You know them extremely well. Making it to Emily's is not that difficult. You pass by the other noblemen and women. And as you are making your way there, there's the loud, quick clobbering of hooves behind you. You turn and you evade it so easily. A carriage that is of black varnished wood with golden filigree rushes through the streets. The horses, black, large stallion, working horses, they rush past you. And when they do, you see the face of a woman inside, wearing from this point of view, despite how quick it is, you see that she's wearing a red dress. And she looks at you. And even though the moment is quick, you see a little smirk. And the moment is gone. And the hooves of this large black carriage continue far and farther down the street. The coachman whistling and whipping at the horses' hinds to hurry them faster to their destination. A lot of people just jump out of the way when this carriage comes through.
Did that carriage have an insignia or a crest on it by any chance?
Yes, it does. Oh God, we discussed about this character, and I can't remember what her last name is.
It might have been who I thought it. I think I have her written down.
Yeah, like I'm like looking around for my notes. Showed you guys, I'm not prepared tonight. I had to wait this long.
Is it Scarlet?
Yeah, her first name was Scarlet, but I can't remember what her maiden name was. I couldn't remember
definitely a good person in her black carriage with black horses. not fucking foreboding at all.
I know I named her Scarlet, but I don't remember what her maiden name was, unfortunately. But I'll say that everyone calls her Madam Scarlet. So everyone knows her as Madam Scarlet. So I guess we could say, or Lady Scarlet. Although, yes, they prefer to do by last names. Everyone just knows her as Lady Scarlet. So.
Lady.
And you hear the joke in the streets now. One of them whisper. It's two women. They are maids like you. You hear them whispering, "It's the Blood Countess again. Truly, can she not understand our people through the streets? How rude." You've heard the nickname, the Blood Countess. Every time she is seen, it is always in a stark red dress. She never dresses in any other color. It always looks like she is just flowing with a bloody dress. But that is just the way she dresses. It's how she prefers to present herself. So everyone, the other women in the district, the other maids and servants, they just give her the nickname the Blood Countess. But she is not a countess of any kind. She is just a noble lady. Although not one that everyone likes. At least, not the working class. You... Oh, yes?
Yeah, no, she just kind of like... Lilius also has beef with her, but she just kind of scrunches her nose at the carriage and carries on her way.
And you do. You make your way over to Emily's house. You knock. And one of the manservants answers it. Oh, Lilius. Hello. Can I help you with something?
Would Lilius know his name?
Yeah, I would say you know his name. This is Rogers.
Aye, Rogers. Good to see you, sir. I imagine Lady Rivico's made it. I came to drop some things off for her.
Lady Oh, you mean Miss Juniper Rivico? Why, no, Lilius. She has not arrived. When was she supposed to arrive? Was she supposed to arrive today?
Lilius at that moment takes, she pauses. Like, her whole demeanor, her whole body just kind of shuts off for a whole second. And, she kind of, clears her throat. And she says, you know what? I realized she was going to the markets earlier before she came. No wonder she left in such a hurry. And she kind of, brushes off, blows the raspberries and, touches her forehead, duh. She's like, I'm sorry, I'm running ragged today, you understand?
No, I understand. We've heard. The Blood Countess just comes crawling through here so quickly. I looked out the window and I heard the hooves. I cannot believe she just allows her coachman to just fly through the streets. So dangerous these days. I mean, I can completely understand you being rattled and having your mind elsewhere. But if she does make it here, I will send a courier immediately your way.
Thank you, sir. What'd I do without you, Rogers? It's good to see you, good man.
It's good to see you
and she kind of, starts backing off the porch, and she gives him, a little, nod of her head and a smile before she, watches the door close and, starts to quickly walk away. And, panic.
And,
just panic.
Yeah, she's going to, dip into, a little, alleyway and have a minor panic attack.
You have every right to panic.
You should be scared.
I'm gonna start to, she's gonna start to, breathe heavy, panic a little bit. She's gonna be like, shit, what do I do? Is this that man she was seeing? Is it the Blood Orcs? Have they found me? Do they know where I am? Did they target Lady Rivico? Or did they target Juniper? And she's gonna, start to, breathe heavily. And she is going to come... she's not going to immediately assume it's the butcher, but she doesn't trust this guy by any means.
Mm-hmm.
So she's not going to go to those authorities, but she is going to go to a couple motherfuckers that she knows for a fact can handle some business. And she's like, I need a fucking samurai, and I need a dude who is a part of a guild, and she is going to start running down the street towards that way.
Right.
Yo, finally, someone's about to hire a samurai.
Yeah.
You make your way to the merchants' district. You know there are plenty of guilds here, save for the Mages Guild, which is in the Tower District. They keep to themselves mostly. But in this district, there are a multitude of guilds. The Merchants Guild being the major one, hence the name of this district. You also do find the Grand Emporium, which hires a number of sellswords and exotic animals that are good for any sort of job that one needs. Although they are just that, they're just a bunch of sellswords, but there is other places.
The whole time that fucking door letter scene was happening.
She's gonna vaguely remember, because I remember Mason like shouted it at her. It was like the Lunarius Guild.
Yes.
And she's gonna be like, I know I've heard of that. I think I know where it is.
Yeah. I would say that, like, through certain, events these last few years with the Rivico family, I would say that you've seen them travel to the Merchants District to go on a nice little shopping, extravaganza, when one of the grander ships from a far off, country comes here to visit to drop off their goods. And they usually set up a lot of stalls on the outside, so I would say that you would know the district well enough. You do make your way into this district. You're looking for the Guild of Lunarius Hunters. And you find it. It takes a bit.
Yippee!
You ask for directions here and there every so often, just to make sure that you're on the right path. When you make it there, the building is not as you expected it. It is very old. It doesn't look like it's been well maintained or cared for. There are broken awnings and parts of the walls are falling apart. And possibly a broken window, it looks like. This building has definitely seen better days.
Lilius's, her, maid, occupation, the inner maid within her is, making an internal list of all the things that she's like, okay, well, I would definitely change this, or I would do this, and it's something that she can't help. She's like, okay, well, this guy needs to hire me.
Hire a maid to clean. Yeah. You make your way up to the doors. They feel like they're towering foreboding. You knock, but there is no answer.
Are you looking for the guildmaster and his compatriots?
You see an elderly woman with a shawl draped over her, and she's got a little walking cane. You see that she's just a dwarven woman, very, very short, and hunched over. So she looks a little bit shorter because of her hunched over shoulders, and her beard is long and extravagant and beautifully braided and has little flowers in it.
Are they not home?
They left about, let's say, an hour ago. It's nice to see the young Mason having compatriots. He's been alone for so long. I'm not sure where they went, but knowing the boy, they probably went to go get something to eat for breakfast.
You seem like you know him well. Do you know maybe where he'd go?
Oh, yes. I've known the Gallagher family for quite a long time. I knew his grandfather, Cornelius. Even knew his father, but his father died a long time ago, before he was born. So sad. They say he
I'm
was
very sad. Where did he go?
They say he was lost to the hunt, whatever that means. They were a strange bunch. Oh, sorry, dear. If that's not what you wanted to know, you want to know where he goes to dine in the morning. You'll have to forgive an old lady. I can't help but talk when I think of the family. As I said, I knew his grandfather.
Oh god!
Anyway.
She just like pat her shoulders a little bit, kind of like bring her back to reality, and she goes, and I'd love to hear it another time, but I'm rather in a hurry, if you will, please. Do you know where he went, dear?
Oh yes, yes, I do, dearie. There's a little, well, the youngins these days call it a cafe. It's such a silly name. Mason doesn't really like it there, but they do serve a good breakfast. So he goes there. They call it the Little Cafe of Dolphin Bridge. It's very close to the bridge, so they call it that. It's such a silly name. It's such a long name, too.
Little Dolphin Cafe Bridge. Okay. And she's just gonna like start to like say that. Thank you very much, ma'am. And she's gonna like hurry. She's gonna run that way.
Well, you're welcome, dear. What a nice young lady. I wonder if her... no. Mason's too stingy when it comes to ladies.
And she just starts walking in the opposite direction.
I like the way you think, old dwarvish lady. Like, me and her are mine.
Yeah, you make your way to the cafe. I have to fix this up, but I'll fix it up in a minute while we're continuing the scene. Lilius?
Fucking Mason's normal ass. Fucking Mukatsu and fucking big ass me just sitting at a table. Fucking.
Yeah, this cafe's nice. I'll say that. This cafe's very nice. Although it is hard to have you guys on the inside. So instead, you guys are happily sitting outside the cafe.
It is a nice day out. We should eat outside.
Oh yes, I suppose so. It's the first time the sun actually decides it wants to shine.
People stay looking at me.
I would say yes.
You and me both.
Serious. People are staring at you. Not to be rude though. They're just staring because they're like, damn, he's huge. He's a minotaur.
Trying to hold a comically small coffee cup, like.
Yeah, you're holding a little tiny like teacup size coffee cup.
It looks like Shaquille O'Neal with a fucking like water bottle.
A thimble. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, well, where's the rest of this drink?
You're looking at it, and you see Mason. You see Mason fiddle through his coat, and then he like pulls out a small flask and he opens it up, and you see he pours a little bit of it inside his little cup, and then puts the flask back in his coat. And then he looks up at you and he goes, "Do you want me to pour some in yours?" He's looking at both of you, by the way. He's like looking at you, but he's like, "Want me to pour a little bit in yours?"
I don't see why not.
All right. You see Asterius opening up the flask and pouring a little bit of his whiskey into your little teacup, Asterius.
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Cheers.
Suit yourself. More for me and Asterius, I suppose. Or more for me and A, I suppose. I keep forgetting that you just call yourself A in front of
Nobody knows
everyone.
my name. It's okay.
That's right. Nobody knows your name. It's just A. That's DM Cat's fault. So yeah, he pours you a little bit of his whiskey, sharing it, and then he puts it. Before he does, though, you like see that he pours a little bit, and then he like takes a swig from the whiskey from the little flask, and then puts the cap back on, and puts it back in. All right, and then he takes his little teaspoon, and he starts stirring it, trying to act casual. He doesn't put sugar or anything in it. He just like stirs a little bit, and then he just like starts sipping on it. The breakfast you guys are eating. Go ahead.
Breathe it in one good time, and then just slam the whole thing.
I would like to say, I'm sure Mukatsu tried to order rice, pickles, and fucking miso soup, and they were like, "Yeah, no."
Huh?
I'll definitely say this: when you order that, they were like, we don't know what miso soup. Like you see the young this young half elf girl, and she goes,
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know what miso soup is, but we can make you some rice and put the pickles on it, unless you want the pickles on the side. Would you prefer the pickles on the side?
Sir.
The pickles on the side, yes.
Oh, wonderful. I could do that for you. And
They're just gonna bring him like a fucking plate with pickles on it, and he's gonna be like, "What the fuck is this?"
It pretty much is that. That's what happens. They don't bring you a bowl of rice. They just bring you a nice little plate. And it's dressed like adorably, you got a lovely little thing of rice, and the pickles are dressed
Japanese,
inside.
they just call them pickles, but like they do different vegetables pickled. Like they eat like pickled onions and pickled ginger and fucking
So when you
pickled carrots and stuff like that.
So when you say
but they're like, oh yeah, pickles.
Yeah, exactly. So when you say pickles, they're thinking the cucumbered pickles. Those pickles. So they're bringing you those, and they're like, and the thing is, like, the plate is dressed beautifully, but also, wow, dude, that's what you get. You get a lovely plate of rice.
When they bring over just the fucking plate of pickles, he's like, I'm sorry. There appears to be a misunderstanding. Do you have other pickled vegetables?
No, sir.
No.
Just regular pickles. What else would we... I'm so sorry.
Onions, carrots, ginger.
Oh my goodness gracious, no. The cucumbers are the only things we,
You're frying this poor little half-elf girl's brain.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, oh my god, you can pickle other things?
People pickle other things? Oh dear.
I can show you a world of pickling.
I think I need to go tell Tar that there's other things that can be pickled. Oh dear. That means we must hide more
It's gonna take a little
and you
while.
see that she rushes back into the cafe after you told her this revelation.
I just wanted a sandwich.
You do. You get a...
Nobody else got to order because Mukatsu was so weird about it.
No, everyone got to order. What did you order? A sandwich. What kind of sandwich did you order? Because I was gonna say you got a BLT.
I don't know what a sandwich is. I've just heard of it, so I just want to know whatever a sandwich is.
I would say you ordered a very typical. It looks like a BLT, but with a little. It has a stick on to keep the whole thing together, and a little green olive sticking from the top of that stick through that whole sandwich. So that's your sandwich. Mason.
I don't eat the stick, right?
No, you don't eat the stick. You
could.
I mean, yes, so you could, but really, would you want to? Do you want to eat a stick? No.
I mean, is it a challenge? Am I being challenged right now?
No, please, do not do that. It's simply to keep the sandwich in place. You just take the stick out, and then you eat the sandwich. You take the stick out, maybe eat the green olive.
Your teeth will become stronger.
Ishiyama, do not encourage this poor Minotaur.
I'll consider it.
Do, but also don't. Please. But yeah, you... And as for... I want to actually make y'all just a tiny bit bigger. As you guys are eating this, and Mason has actually ordered a very standard, breakfast item, I guess we can say. His breakfast is just some
Bacon
and
cheese.
He's just got some he's just got a nice toasted croissant, and maybe a little bit of bacon and eggs on the side. But he seems to have hardly touched it. They do serve like coffee and teas and things for you, and he orders a nice little. He just orders some simple black coffee, but has mixed his own concoctions in it, of course. You three are eating your breakfast and things, and Ishiyama, I'm assuming, tries to eat his breakfast, although I'm pretty sure it's also difficult because it's just, so far, it's only just rice and pickles.
Not what you wanted.
This rice tastes like white people made it.
What's because white people
That is so
make it.
foul.
It tastes like they didn't use a rice cooker.
They are just.
How do you fuck up?
This is
How
just
do
a
you
little
fuck up
cafe
white rice?
run by little half-elfin people who are
How do you
just
fuck
trying.
up?
Man, oh.
You gotta suck to fuck up white rice.
Leave those little guys alone.
They're trying. They're just trying to make a lovely little business for themselves.
Leave those little guys alone. What the fuck you's gonna do about it?
You are all trying.
Kill
You're
them.
eating your lovely breakfast, attempting to for Ishiyama. And
I'm just
see,
about to eat the stick, and then
yeah, and you see a figure approach.
Oh,
Mason.
I imagine Lilius has not only approached, she's been like jogging the whole time. She is like
Yeah.
out of breath.
Yeah,
like,
her
like
hair's probably a little like parts of it's probably a little undone from all the running that she's been doing. Like
Yeah.
it's not properly put up in
Like-
places. Yeah.
running down the street like fucking Linkara.
I would say you guys are not like front and center of this cafe. There's a few tables. It's a nice little like half gated, you know, like how some typical cafes are. They have like that nice little half like a little fencing around it, the front like porching area. Yeah, it's not a very big area, but it's big enough. But yeah, so
Your average Starbucks.
we can go with that. Sure, it's like a Starbucks. But it's nice on the inside, too. You know, it's an actual cafe. People can come in and sit down and enjoy themselves. It's like an actual... Think of an internet cafe, but far nicer because it's very, very classy. And I say it like that because, like, think of the...
Because there isn't the sweat of men in there.
I will say, a lot of ladies do come to this spot. There's a lot more women here than there are men. But there are a couple men here and there. Just more women in this particular spot. But yeah... So, Lilius, you enter, and you're looking around. I would say you know what they looked like. I would say, plus there's a freaking ginormous minotaur trying to hide himself with a tiny cloak.
Yeah, you can't see me.
He's not blending in very well, so I think finding these three is not that difficult.
I'm incognito.
If you say this out loud, Mace would be like, right. Incognito. Very,
He's
very
not very
much,
inconspicuous.
very good, eh?
I've been taught 15 smart words, and I use them as much as possible.
Oh dear.
He's real for them. Lilius like comes up, she's out of breath, she's like,
I need to hire a samurai.
she's just like gasping a little bit, and she can hardly say it. She just like takes a little coin pouch that Trevin gave her. She just puts it on the table, and she just like gestures at the three of them. She's like, I need help, she finally says.
Mason looks down at the coin pouch and then looks back up at you. I'm sorry, you're going to have to be a little bit more specific than that, madam. Help with what,
seems to be the
exactly?
issue?
She takes a few more like deep breaths, and she's like, there's a missing person, and I don't know how I know, but she's in danger. She's not where she's meant to be, and she said that she was gonna go meet this beau of hers, and she told me he seemed great, but I knew I just had this gut feeling that he wasn't great, and I should have just told her not to go, and I tried to tell her to bring a weapon, you know, like a real weapon, like a weapon, and you know, she's like holding her hands like she's holding a sword, but she's like, but she just got the stupid letter open, and I should have stuffed a whole knife, a sword in her purse. That's what I should have done, but I didn't, and now she's in danger, and I need your help.
You do realize it's hard to hide a sword, and like Mason does the actual length of like a standard short sword. He's like, you realize that's hard to hide in a purse, right?
That's also the length of his cock.
You like take them.
Yes! What is the length of this man's penis?
I keep forgetting to do the disclaimer at the very beginning of my stream saying this is an adult stream because we talk about things.
If they've made it this far.
If you've made it this far, you don't realize this. Anyways, continue.
We said penis multiple times. They'll be okay. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
She takes like the maid's cap that she's wearing off, and she hits it with them, and she like hits him with like the cap lightly, and she's like, "Not the point. She's in danger."
How long has this person been missing?
What are you, a cop?
I'm just asking questions.
You don't know the concept of what a cop is. Anyways.
Obviously wasn't in character.
I know it wasn't.
I mean, it was in character, but it wasn't canon.
I want to hear, what are you, a guardsman?
That's actually a really good line.
There's no way.
Right. Hey, you had a question for the young lady?
That was my question, really. That was my question.
How long she's been...
I mean, like, yes, did you just learn of this recently, or...
She sent me this letter, and it's fine as far as letters go, but it's the way it's written. This isn't... Well, it's her, but it's not her. This isn't her. And she points specifically to like the Y, and she in the letter, and she's been missing technically. Well, she was already meant to be at Emily's house, and she's not there. And this letter says that she's there, that she's made it. This is wrong.
Right.
Yes, that is concerning.
You see Mason's like blinking his eyes like a little bit, and then like squeezes them shut, and then like opens them. Just it seems like he's trying to really wake up to the situation here in front of him. He's like, okay, this is actually happening. I need to wake up. So he reaches towards you and he says, "The letter, please, if I may."
She gives it to him.
All right, Mason takes it, and he's going to roll an investigation check. Let me actually get his character sheet open here. And if anyone, and I know that Asterius and Ishiyama both know his freaking investigation is fucking baller because he's got advantage on it. So, let's see what
Do you think it might be the butcher?
Lilius is gonna like clutch her chest.
Well, I rolled I got a 19 and a 20 because he has advantage on this, so he got a nat 20.
I mean, she does fit the profile, does she not?
You see Mason's looking this letter over, flips it, looks it around, looks at the lettering, and you see that he swipes a part of his thumb against the edge of the paper and slits his thumb a little bit. You see a little bit of blood just barely pooling from the small...
Yeah, that's hard to do on purpose.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard to give yourself a paper cut.
Oh,
yeah.
Why do you think
all over stuff?
This man knows how to make his blood do anything he fucking wants. So yeah.
Blood donors
he could have
just
he could have just been like, "Yo, Ishii, let me get your knife, dog."
Yeah, he could have. But this man is
in his defense, the paper was right there, and paper cuts aren't that difficult.
No,
I do 10,000, y'all. I get them all the time.
And like the thing is too is like even when I'm like, I'll say this, me, a person who like holds paper all the time, I give myself paper cuts almost on purpose by accident. So that tells you something.
That's an oxymoron.
Huh?
I remember it's there, but I still do it.
Exactly. So yeah, he does this, and then you see the blood just slowly begin to pool on his thumb. And as he takes his index finger and wipes it down, a small glimmer of like red light shimmers through, and he wipes his thumb across the letter, and it just begins to bubble. Magic. You are right. She might have been charmed into writing this. The paper also is magic in nature, meaning it is completely clean of any indications and markings. You see that Mason is now like rubbing his thumb just to make sure that because he can feel the sting of the paper cut now, so he's like rubbing his thumb constantly with his forefinger, and it's just like the blood's just kind of like smearing a little bit now on his fingers, and he's like, he definitely is a crafty one. So not only did we find out that our elven friend is using magic, but he is definitely crafty with his magic.
Is the letter like there to see in general?
Oh yeah, the letter is still in his hand, and you just see where Mason has like brushed his blood across it, begins to bubble as in it's reacting to the letter. In fact, as he's holding it and like flipping it around and seeing that his blood's reacting, the blood slowly seeps away and then is just gone. And there is no indication of as if it was ever there.
Just like,
damn, dude.
I just if I could like read it real quick. I see that.
Oh yeah, you can like the letter has been written cleanly. Like you can see the letter and read it.
I just put it on the table and just so everybody could fucking look at it real quick and just fucking scan it. Who is it signed by? Does it say?
It is signed by Lady or Miss, I guess, because her mom's Lady, but basically Miss Juniper Rivico.
Yes, it said the last part of the letter. It said.
Hey, I gotta bless you. Yeah, I got a question. Did we ever hear the last name of the guy who is her brother?
Yes, we did. We did. That's why I was asking.
Yeah,
I was like, I'd see that and I'd be like,
Yeah, Lily really referred to him as Mr. Rivico.
Yeah. In fact, you see it written there clear as day. Yours in confidence, Juniper Rivico.
I think probably Ishiyama looking at it too would be like, isn't that the name of the other guy?
The man from
the
last
other
night.
night.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you are. Who are you in relation to her?
Yes. You exactly. Who are you in relation to this this Juniper Rivico?
Do you know the witch?
That is a very good
That's
question.
my next question.
Yes. Well, let's not bombard the poor lady with multiple questions. Let's ask one thing at a time, because even I'm trying to understand what's going on here. So let's one question at a time.
Lily?
I mean, I imagine she's probably the family servant, right?
Yeah, Lily says pays me a little bit. She goes, I'm her maid, I do whatever Juniper wants, I do. I've worked for them since I was 14.
So you're her personal handmaiden. All right. That's one question. Sure.
That was bad. Never mind.
You're gonna insight on something that we know is the truth.
That's crazy.
Just
could be an elaborate deception,
listen,
to be fair.
Somebody stammering is always a good sign to start inside checking.
Yeah, I think Asterius is, from what I understand,
I got a 4.
of what we understand from his character, he's very precautious about everything.
I mean, I guess it makes sense in character, but
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, it's something that we know is the truth, like, out of character, 100%.
Don't believe it.
And also, like Lilius is still dressed in her maid uniform, and the letter is also addressed to her.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Ishiyama was just saying he imagines she's the fucking house's servant.
Ishiyama,
Because
yeah.
I mean,
like generally using context clues is crazy.
yeah, I mean also because he's dealt with house servants before.
Yeah, exactly.
But they had a lot of house servants in WoW.
And WoW in that one place.
Yeah.
Right. So you are her personal handmaiden. Next question. This was Ishiyama's question here. We only know her as the witch. We don't really know what her name is. She was dressed very extravagantly, I guess.
She's an eccentric person.
So
she told me she's a friend, and she told me that you could help me. Can you help me?
Insight.
Now that's okay. Yes, insight check.
I wasn't gonna do 2 in a row.
5.
Hell yeah, 45. Hell yeah.
I feel like you're lying, but I have no way to prove it.
I'll say with an insight of 5. You know, she definitely could. I mean, based on the way she looks and everything and how she talks,
she definitely knows her.
She knows her.
This is the best ruse. This is the best ruse that ever rused.
Oh, so she definitely knows her. How she knows her, you're not sure, but yeah, that's good. They at least know each other. And hey, she
got a former soldier and a lifetime survival barbarian.
Y'all's way. So you do know her, all right? And she sent you our way. That's nice, I guess.
Well,
she has a thing about law enforcement, and plus, I know she's in danger, but I can't. I just know she's in danger, and I can't take I think she's in danger to the police and have them do anything about it in a timely manner. Are you going to help me or what?
I will admit, yes, if you were to
Ishiyama, he's just gonna pull a fucking gold coin out of his pouch and throw it on the table and be like, "Let's go."
Let's go.
just fucking. I mean, we're going to help her, right? Like, let's go.
I'm very matter-of-factly eat
talking enough.
Very matter-of-factly eat my toothpick. Yeah, I agree.
It's funny because it was not worth, like, this whole meal altogether was not worth a single gold piece.
Oh, absolutely. Again, going back to Ishiyama not knowing how much things cost.
Sounds good to me.
And with you putting down, go ahead and minus 1 gold piece from your inventory. I'll say this because as soon as Mason sees that, he goes, "Yeah, that's right. It was worth an entire gold coin. Yes, we are going to help you. Let's head somewhere that's not around other people so we can have this in a more private setting." And Mason just suddenly gets up, and you see he takes his little coffee, his spiked coffee that
was for my meal. Are you guys not going to pay?
That was for everyone's meal. We paid everyone's meal. The whole meal was worth. Yes, the whole thing was worth the gold coin. Oh. Good on you, Ishiyama. You're learning. And he pats you on the shoulder.
By the way. Appreciate it.
Lily just kind of wonders exactly now, and she's like, I definitely can't trust law enforcement, but who exactly are these people that I'm now trusting?
But you see that, like, Mason, and this coffee is, like, piping, well, it was piping hot, but because Mason just kind of let it sit and simmer until he finally spiked it, that's the only time he decided to drink it, when it got a little cooler. So you see he's just, like, gulping down this coffee. And he goes, "Oh, that hit the spot. All right. Let's make our way back to the guild, and, we'll discuss strategies and, other things, and, what? Yes?
The fucking tavern wench is gonna come back and be like, "Oh my god, he didn't even eat like half of his meal, but he still left a gold piece? Yo."
Yeah,
I quit.
You all make your way. You just start leaving, and then you see the little. Like, you don't even see her. You
This
just
is like 6 months' salary for me.
you just see you guys are. This is out of scene. You guys are going off back to the guild, and she's coming out, and this poor little half elf girl's like looking, and she goes, "Oh, he left a gold coin. Oh, how generous."
Again, Ishiyama absolutely only ate like maybe like a quarter of the rice and like a pickle.
Not for me.
Now, hold on, I'm fixing something.
Yeah, we rolling in wealth. Fucking, I don't know how much things cost here, so fucking just gold pieces for everyone, I guess. What the fuck's a copper? Ishiyama does not have a single copper piece on him. He only has gold and platinum.
Man of sorts.
Oh, good joke, good joke.
But
I was laughing on the inside.
We are gonna quickly move over to Twig and Tack with Jocks. Go ahead and roll me. Go ahead and roll me your choice. You guys can choose different ones if you wish. Either a stealth or survival check, whichever one you feel would be best for yourselves. And I will go ahead and roll for Jocks. Oh, no!
No, come back, P20.
Faith did say BRB. I don't know if she's back yet.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
She's probably getting her Mickey D's.
the Mickey,
The Mickey D's.
or the Mackers, as she would call it.
That's right. Yes, it's funny because
That's not real.
That is real.
it is real.
And no, they genuinely over down under. They call it Maccas. That was
No.
I mean, heck,
Australian.
my roommate is not from fucking Australia, and she calls Mickey D's Maccas. So, I mean, hell yeah, it's a thing.
No, it's not real. It's not real. This is
sorry,
heat miser propaganda.
I'm sorry, but it's true. It's real.
Heat miser is the superior
All right,
miser.
since
Sorry,
I
man,
will
I
say
said
this.
it.
Heat miser, Stan, do not interact.
I'll go ahead and put the BRB screen for the time, up for the time being. While we're waiting on Faith, I'm not gonna mute my mic.
I'm gonna go.
This
I'm
gives
gonna go
us
take a gamer piss.
Yeah. So if you guys need to walk away, do anything, I'm not gonna mute nothing. I am gonna leave this one song just on repeat while we all take a break. Let's take a little bit, stretch your legs, and gives you guys a break too. I'm not gonna mute my I'm just gonna go grab me a drink.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Raid Shadow Legends. No, fuck that.
I return. I apologize.
It's okay. Welcome back. We were just talking about games. And here I am, just I'm yelling about Alan Wake.
I think we're just completely derailed at this point.
Yeah.
But it's okay. We can go back. We can find a way to go back. Because
We have to go back.
back to the future.
Marty.
Past? Back to the game.
Back to the other realm of reality.
Let's return back to the Nightmares of Neverwinter. Welcome back.
All right. Would you say that we're erasing time, but stuff still happened in it?
Yes. Yeah, baby. Yes, we are. Oh my god. Okay, Twig and Tack.
Boo up.
We're gonna go back to you two guys because this is where we stopped. After that,
Editor, make sure you cut out that whole derailment. By the way.
Oh, definitely. You think? Anyways, that's what I do with my highlights. If this stream, which I haven't, this stream has not gone down once. So yeah, with my highlights, I'll take that whole thing out.
You said it. It's gonna
Twig and Tack. You may choose to roll between a stealth or a survival check. I already, rolled for Jocks, and Jocks had gotten a 17.
rolling a stealth because it's my highest stat.
Yeah, rolling survival.
Okay.
Wow, imagine being a survivalist in a... Well, couldn't be me.
That's a 23.
23, beautiful.
That's a 10 for stealth.
10 for stealth. I'll give you this. Because Jocks rolled so high, and so did Tack, I will say that because they both rolled high, you were still able to make it through. At least 2 out of the 3 of y'all did high rolls.
The median average of that is pretty good.
So, I will say, with your 3 rolls, you guys were able to... And by the way, Twig and Tack, do you both have your stress sheets open?
Stress sheets. I had it somewhere.
Take your time. The reason I'm asking is because I will say that with the success of you guys getting out of that stressful situation, getting yourself to this location safely.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and take, we'll say, hold on. Oh, I have my, hold on, let me grab another die. I rolled on 1 die, let me grab another die and roll on it. Yeah, let's do my little, this one looks like a little root beer coloring, I love it. Go ahead and -7 stress from y'all's, like clear up 7 stress from y'all's character sheet. So I know you should have, I think, 30, so go ahead and just -7 from that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just looking for it on my computer.
Yeah, no, take your time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
You two were able to safely make your way into the merchant district. It's almost uncanny how you were able to do so, but you did. And now you are here. I'm also trying to do something here, I apologize. As you both make your way into the district, Jocks is looking around. And this district is not like anything you guys have ever seen. It's definitely different. You guys... The best way to describe this district is that it's just so much more elaborate, lavish. You see the way these people are dressed and the way that they are going about their days. Like their day just doing their own thing. It's strange, to say the least. Seeing them like this, doing their own thing, what, now that you both, or now that you 3 are finally here, what are you going to do?
Whoa. This is incredible!
Twig is just lost in the awe of...
Sorry. What do we do? Is there like a merchant's guild or something?
We'll have to find somewhere inconspicuous to set up.
But what if we get caught without a license?
Tack is thinking, like, how does Twig know that, like, you need a license to operate in the merchant guild?
How can I not count to How can I not count to 6 but know this?
That is a good question. How do you know that? How?
I don't know.
That's exactly. You don't know.
That's what makes her mysterious. Aliens.
Yeah. I could like it's such a cop out excuse for me, but aliens.
Broken clocks, right? Twice a day.
We can
They
plead
wiped.
ignorance.
Hmm.
We can plead ignorance.
You really think that's gonna work? Because, I don't know if you've noticed, but all the people here are kind of, not up.
What?
Wait, how old is Twig?
I
Again?
think I said like 11. I think I said like either like 11 or 8. Like, cause like Kobold's like a mature like young. They reach adulthood at 6. So
Yeah.
I think I said 11. I'd have to double check the character sheet.
For
but I think I
most
put it on there.
species, we are the age of children.
Yeah,
You
but
certainly can't tell.
I'm an adult.
Then
I can eat moss. I've even got. I mean, sorry.
Speaking of the moss, you did pack that, right?
DM, did I pack the boss?
Roll an intelligence check.
Oh no! I've got a 17. I'm pretty intelligent.
I would say
21.
yeah, you definitely remembered this time to pack it. I would say Jocks kind of like gave you the nudge, and you're like, "Oh yeah, that," and you went and grabbed it.
Yeah. The moss. Yeah. I ate some along the way. They're like a little.
I tried to tell her not to, but she did it anyway. I'm sorry.
Hey,
I said
most of it is still there. Okay, maybe only some of it. Like, at least 67% is still there. I think that's a number.
I think so too. I don't know actually. I only was able to count to 20.
I can count to 1,
That's good.
2, 3,
Wait, shut
banana, 5, 7.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, we're here in the district now, so what do we do? Now that we're here,
Well, Jack said we have to set up shop somewhere inconspicuous, but I don't exactly know how we can set one up without being inconspicuous.
Inconspicuous.
I think that's the word.
I don't know either. It is the word. Yay!
So how are we supposed to set this up?
And I turned to Tack and I'm like,
We've got nothing. Everyone's got fancy tents or buildings. Are we supposed to just put a rug on the floor?
Exactly. That's exactly what she starts doing. She just puts a bunch of shit on, a bunch of
I'm the shady part of town.
fried herbs,
On the floor.
shrooms.
Let me roll something real quick.
uh-oh.
No, you're good.
No, you're good. That's not. That's very concerning to hear.
Actually,
just a roll followed by, "Oh, you're okay for now."
No, yeah. The reason I was saying is you get yourself set up, you put up the dry herbs and things, and you see a very strange. I would say to you guys, you wouldn't be able to tell. You think it's a man wearing a silly-looking dress. It's a very, very old man. Has a very long beard and flowers and braids. and this very strange-looking old man with these flowers and braids in his beard, very small figure, comes over to you guys. He's a little bit, I mean, he's taller than y'all, but still very small. And he's wearing this really strange, like just wearing this dress and shawl, and comes over and then suddenly you hear the voice.
Oh, you have lovely little herbs there. Hello, dearies. Have you come to set up shop in our lovely merchant district? Is that what I think it is? Would that help with my arthritis in my hands?
This one's you!
Very well.
I fix guns and weapons!
Oh, you have two different professions. Oh, what lovely little creatures.
And you see that she reaches out, and Twig, she pats you on the head.
Oh, what a lovely little thing. Oh, how cute. At first I thought you were perhaps little baby dragonborns, but I see now you're kobolds. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be. Are you both siblings and friends?
I think it will help.
Oh, well, thank you, dearie. How much would you like for this little herb? I could give you a few silver pieces, or do you have a price?
Tak is just completely frozen.
Oh, are you okay there, dearie?
Yeah, she has a very hard time talking with people sometimes.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, she's just
I kind of...
Yeah, go ahead.
How much do you reckon we could get for this herb reasonably?
It depends on the condition of the herb.
I guess I should roll for that?
Yes. I would say roll nature. Roll a nature.
Nature.
Yeah, I would say a nature check. I would say nature or survival. In fact, I'll give you that choice.
That's a natural 1.
Oh, no.
I don't think it matters.
I'm rolling for her eyesight. I was gonna say the DV for this was a 10. She rolled a 4. She can't tell how terrible this particular herb is. So she's just holding it. She goes, oh yes, it looks really good, and it's really crinkly and bad, and she can't tell.
She's gonna be high as shit.
Would you like a silver piece for this? I could offer silver. Oh, wonderful. One moment, dearie. Would you kindly dress this in a little knapsack for me?
And you see that she gives you back the herb, and you see she's slowly reaching into like this little, on her wrist, she has like a little small coin pouch, and she's pulling out a couple coins. And she reaches in, she grabs a silver, and she goes,
here you go, dearie. Have yourself a little silver piece. What
you forgot to pay us.
Excuse me?
We are not pulling that.
That is so goddamn funny.
And then this very obviously elderly woman with a brilliant beard looks over at you, Twig, and she goes,
and you fix weapons and stuff, dearie? Well, I do have, excuse me.
And she pulls out from the side of like one of her larger knapsacks that she has on the side, and it's this very rudimentary, old-fashioned like prosthetic. And in the prosthetic is an arm prosthetic. It's very, very old and rudimentary. In fact, it looks like it would take like the pulse, like the way it works. I would say go ahead and roll a for this. What to roll for this?
Is it mechanical or magic?
Arcana?
We could You know what? Yeah, I'll say Arcana. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
You could just do it general,
Yeah.
depending on what you're trying to do with it.
Yeah, I just to like understand what how this thing works.
So that's a 5 plus 5 for a 10.
I'll say 10's good because this is a very old rudimentary device. The way that this prosthetic works is that it takes the pulses, the electronic pulses from your body. So it feels your body. It acts magically through those pulses that your body gives off. Very tiny. And that's what helps move this prosthetic. It doesn't
Interesting.
It's not powerful, so it can't like hold a glass of water or anything like that, but it's good enough to be able to use to just like do some light things like open a curtain or hold a piece of paper, things like that, but it can't like hold anything heavier than like a jug of milk. Maybe even a glass, like even a glass of water might be too heavy, but that's just
couple pounds too much.
Exactly.
I haven't seen a prosthetic since I got off the ship.
Yes.
And I hold out my arms. May I?
Oh, of course, dearie. It's my son's, you see. He lost his arm a few years back when they went on a journey.
And she gives you the arm. She goes,
I was hoping to take it to a blacksmith I knew, but he's not in today. Do you think you could possibly fix this for me? I'll pay handsomely.
I'll have a look at it.
I just look up, just without hesitation. I'll have a look at it.
Thank you, dearie.
And
Never go back to him ever again.
I'm going to go, just like. I imagine this is not a very big rug, but I'm gonna set it down gently. I'm gonna grab out, all my tools and such. I do have Smith's tools. What other tools do I have? What did I have? Smith's tools.
Hold on. I'm currently looking at Mason's sheet. Let me take a peek at yours. You should have Mason's tool, or Smith's tools, or at least you should have proficiencies in these. Let's see.
I think. Oh yeah, I've got proficiencies, but I don't have them.
In fact, you have a lot of proficiencies. God damn. Carpenters, navigators, smith, thieves, tinkerers, and wood carvers. You got a shit ton of proficiencies in tools. Wow.
Yeah, I just need to I need to just find.
4 of them are from your artificer, and 2 of them are from your background. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's been a while since I looked at your tool proficiencies.
Okay. I don't have any tools on me at the minute, but I do have a pretty high intelligence, so I could probably do things with my claws and have a quick observe of it just to see what exactly is wrong.
Yeah.
You probably have tools, right? If you
I know that Twig has thieves' tools because she used them in the very, very, very first session.
As a set of lockpicks, a small mirror, a set of narrow-bladed scissors, and a pair of Actually, that might work. Oddly enough.
I will allow you, because I will say this, you've used your thieves' tools before and then just jammed a spoon into a lock and unlocked a door, so yes, I will allow you to use your thieves' tools for this. Just because you can, because you know how to make anything work. It's just how your brain works. You're very intelligent, despite the fact that everyone thinks you might not be.
So, what am I rolling?
Go ahead and just roll up a straight-up intelligence check, and because you're using your thieves' tools, if I remember correctly...
I get a +2 proficiency on top of the +3 that I have for intelligence, correct?
Yes, so that means just +5 at the very end of it, since you have 2 different proficiencies you're adding. That'll make it a +5 in total.
That's 8. That's an 8, so it becomes a 13 total to have a look at it.
Fair, yeah. And like I said, this thing is so old, the DC on this will always be a 10 because of how old it is. You easily can see what the problem is. A few of the gears are kind of gunked up and need a little oiling, and one of them is actually busted and needs a little changing. One of the wires on it that helps make the fingers move is off, so you could just very easily realign that and make it work. I would say with your intelligence
Hey.
of 13, you could fix this.
Jocks, come over, have a look at this, because I'm teaching ya. Come here.
I get to learn new things.
And he looks up at the strange woman with a large beard, and he goes,
I'm a princess. A princess.
This is my apprentice.
Oh, a princess. I always thought I was a princess. It's weird. Yeah, I'm an apprentice. Oh, that's lovely, dear. It's so nice that you're teaching a little goblin how to do what you do. That's so sweet.
And yeah, Jox is now over there watching you. And let me roll for him.
Come on, Jox, give us our roll.
He rolled a 3.
This is the one time.
Oh no!
He's like looking.
To be fair,
to be fair, everything else very easy for this poor boy. The one thing he can't figure out is what you're doing right now in front of him. In fact, he's looking at this and he goes,
yeah.
Twig, this is making my head hurt. How does
I'm
this
sorry.
work? It's so
If we're gonna pick up one thing, just one. We don't have to pick up anything complicated that I do, but just one thing. Come here, have a look.
And I point to one of the gears.
You see this? This is part of a bigger kind of concept. And sometimes when you're looking at the whole thing, it can be hard to understand what's actually wrong with it. And you can see this gear. It looks fine at first. And then you lean in just a little bit closer.
And I take off my blood scryer oculus, put it on him, zoom it in, and I like tap, and there's like a crack through it. Yeah. I'd imagine. I'm just like,
even the littlest things can cause the biggest issues. So if there's one thing that you're gonna learn, pay attention to the tiny details.
Wow.
And then I take them off, I put them back on, and then I begin working on the arm, I guess.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'll say with your 13 from earlier, you easily fix this. And
with a hammer, one good time, and it worked.
We work.
And I'll say this too,
earn the right.
I decided to roll. I decided to roll with advantage for Jox.
Earn
He
the
actually
right to live.
He actually learned very much what you said to him. He takes that to heart.
Ourselves the right to.
You fix the prosthetic arm,
right to die.
and you present it to the weird bearded lady person, and.
Alright, we've got it all fixed up. There's a couple of things that might need seeing in the future, but for now, it should be good for a few months.
I can see the future.
Thank you, dearie. Oh, that's wonderful. How much would you like me to pay for your services?
That's a good question.
2 million gold.
I don't have any disembodied. Oh, goodness, I must be suffering from dementia again. Please forgive me, dear. I don't think you know what that means. Just don't pay an old dwarven lady mind. You now realize she is dwarf. How much would you like for me to pay?
It wasn't entirely difficult to fix, so I think we could just go with 5 silver.
Oh, 5 silver. Very well, dear.
And you see she rummages back into her little coin purse, and she presents you 5 silver.
How?
Nah, you forgot to pay us.
I'm not doing that to this poor old lady.
And yeah, you are, so Tack, go ahead and add 1 silver to yours, and Twig, go ahead and add 5 silver to yours.
I still can't edit my sheet. I haven't gotten access to it. You haven't given me access to my sheet.
PDF, silly.
Oh, I have a PDF?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
You probably did, and I'm just fucking I'm brain dead, to be honest.
It's okay.
Billy, fucking Billy, you absolute.
We work. Okay, there we go.
Yep.
Alright.
And the dwarven woman takes the prosthetic arm from you, and she very carefully and gently puts it back into her satchel. She goes,
Thank you two again. I so greatly appreciate your help. What lovely little kobolds. And a cute little goblin boy.
and she ruffles his hair.
Oh, stop it.
He's not being mean about it, but he's like, please don't mess with my hair. And he tries to fix back his spiky hair. Yeah, he's like, stop it. And she goes, well, have a good day now, dearies. Oh, what lovely little kobolds. It's so good to see more folks in the district. And she begins to make her way again.
I turn to Tack and I'm like, we did it! We did it! We got it!
We were a
This is a lot of money.
So, hang on, sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
This is a lot of money.
We can do things with this.
Yeah, do you think we could go to an...
We have to be careful about who we give it to. They will think we stole it.
You know what you should do with your money?
Oh my god. What do you think they should do with their money?
Hire a samurai.
Speaking of... Oh my god.
Oh.
Speaking of... Twig and Tack. You see people come by, back and forth.
Yeah.
Actually interested.
Oh, who is she?
I'm actually interested in your goods. And as I would say, go ahead and add another for okay. That's the way the die rolled. For Tack, go ahead and add 10 more silver into your pouch. For Twig, go ahead and add 8 more silver to your pouch.
Hell yeah. I just wanna say that during this time, like whilst I'm fixing, I'm like teaching jocks. Like I just want to make this stupid little reference. The song "The Fine Print" by the Stupendium has these lyrics that's all about just working and like essentially slaving your life to the machine. And I'm just teaching jocks that for no reason whatsoever. We work to earn the right to work, 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 to earn the right to give ourselves the right to buy, ourselves the right to live, to earn the right to die.
Wow. Should have read the fine print, my friend. Should have read the fine print.
Beautiful. Yeah, you do this very easily. Jocks. Since you gave him that like little tidbit of information earlier, he gets to roll with advantage. He rolled a 14 and a 17. He gets the 17. So yeah, he understands you perfectly. He now understands what to look for in these things. With you guiding him.
I'm just teaching a little boy how to be an artificer. I'm amazing.
No, for real.
It is as you're doing this. Jocks is excited. He's happy about learning. He's happy that you three are all making money. You guys are actually doing a good job.
The government comes.
No.
They take your baby.
No. We're now going on the final transition for the night. Let me transition one last time. Jocks' eyes widen. And he sees the mask. That very familiar mask.
Oh, who is she?
The smolder, or it didn't happen.
It's him.
Twig and Tack.
I gotta get out of here.
You both turn and you see them. The very familiar, tall, white beast with horns. The human man with two strange swords, the ones you've returned to, the one that Jocks still sees the demonic face of, the demonic mask. And the other man with the shaggly black hair and long coat. But you see a fourth figure. A girl. You don't recognize her. And Jocks' eyes widen when he sees her, and she goes,
"Wow, she's pretty."
Oh, I give him a kiss.
Aww.
Aw.
Right?
But yeah, you see
know, right?
You see the three familiar figures, though, approaching. And it seems like they are making their way toward a very large building that looks kind of worn down. In fact, you thought maybe it was an abandoned building. But you see them all going toward it.
Is there an opportunity for me to kind of, like, interrupt them?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's why I was like, you see them coming, you see them approaching this building, they're about to make their way to it, so, yeah.
So I turn to Tack, and I'm just like, those are the... and there's just, like, this sparkle in my eye. There's just this like, you can see the absolute kind of, like, it's either joy or excitement to see these people. And I just go, I have to do it, and I immediately skip over. Help! And I just I jump in front of him, like star jump, like, you know, I hold out my hands. You're the people we saw the other night.
Gods, please don't jump out in front of me like that.
I apologize. I'm sorry. No, I saw you all, and I just wanted to say thank you again, and I wanted to extend my services.
Weren't there two of you?
Yeah, the other one's back by a little area. I just wanted to, you know, if anything needs touching up, or you need anything, I could do some basic fixes on things.
And does your friend wish to extend similar services, or is this just your thing?
Well, my sister's a bit of a bitch, but we can try.
Tack is gonna be like nodding no, but Torik is gonna be like, yeah.
She's a bit of a bitch, but we could try. Come!
And I'm gonna like wave my hands over.
Jocks is already like gathering up some of your tools and things and like making his way over. And Ishiyama, when he sees you, you see him bite back his lower lip a little bit and like look away from you. It's strange because it's somewhat out of fear, but also it's like he doesn't deserve to look at you. He knows what you did was a good thing. You saved his life, but he's not sure if he should look at you. You kind of scare him a little bit. So he's...
Hey buddy, thanks for the tools. Pat.
You're welcome.
You okay? Are you sure? If there's hey,
and I like grab his head and I force him to look at me.
There's something wrong, you can tell me, okay?
He doesn't say anything. He just kind of like makes eye contact with Ishiyama and then looks back at you and then back at Ishiyama with his eyes and looks back at you.
I turn and I am like just like head to face Ishiyama, and then I look back and I'm like,
what's wrong?
Because are you holding him like by his face, like his cheeks and stuff? I just
gently. I'm not
I know,
forcing his face.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, are you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's kind of scary. Just a little bit.
I assure you, I can completely understand that 100%. But they're a good person. They saved us. And of course they're gonna be a little bit scary because they did something bad.
Their mask is scary.
They can't exactly ask them to take it off. They could be hiding the fact that they're an alien.
Ishiyama's just he's gonna take his mask off.
Oh, so there is a face underneath that. Are you disfigured by chance or anything? Do you have scars or anything? You just
no. He just wears the mask.
Dog, how fucked up your face
That's what
is.
the point of the mask is.
Yeah.
Question. I do have one last question about this. Because I think in the artwork that I drew of Ishiyama, I made a small, very subtle hint that you may have stubble. Do you have stubble? Very light? Or
yeah. We'll say Ishiyama. While samurai do typically groom themselves, Ishiyama, being in the fucking depressive rut that he is in, has stopped shaving in the mornings.
All right.
It's just something it does when it becomes a bit of a problem.
Yeah, if it was like a long beard, he'd shave it, but the stubble, typically that was seen as dusty. Sloppy, and it was seen as looking sloppy in samurai culture, but Ishiyama has other things to worry about than grooming himself in the morning.
am going to roll
like his repetitive nightmares.
I'm going to roll this beautiful cherry blossom die that Garth got me.
Let's go.
Ishiyama, when you take off this mask, there is at least a group of 3 very young ladies that notice you.
Oh no.
Oh no.
They don't approach you, but they notice you with your mask off, and they go, "Who's that handsome man? He's cute."
Also, you guys are talking like he hasn't taken the mask off. I know I haven't mentioned it, but he absolutely takes it off to eat.
That is true.
You've been eating with it on this whole time.
That's why Mason doesn't fucking react. Nobody else, I feel like no one else here would have reacted, obviously, but I feel like other people.
The first time I'd have been like, oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Good to know.
No, there's a reaction from Twig. It's like, whoa! Okay, not an alien, but...
He's just a normal
They're okay.
man.
Yeah, there is.
And Jocks gets a little... He finally decides to get a little bit more brave, and he actually decides to approach you a little bit more, Ishiyama, and he looks at you and he says,
Can I see it?
Yes, and he'll just hand the mask to the Jocks here.
And Jocks takes it very gingerly, and he looks it over, and he feels along where the teeth of your mask for this mask is, and he's like,
it's so cool.
And he bashfully gives it back, not looking back up at you.
Ishiyama puts it back on.
You feel a faint bond forming with this goblin child.
Yo, social link. The fucking Jocks social link.
Sorry, I had to do. We've been playing a lot of Persona 4, and I had to do one.
Fucking joke.
You take your mask back, and Mason goes, "Alright, this is all great and everything that we're all meeting again and all, and then we have this, but this young lady here actually does have a real problem, and I'd rather not stand in the middle of the street with," and he gestures over to the 3 giggling girls, and he goes, "With that nonsense, it's very annoying, so can we please go inside and actually discuss this away from prying eyes? This poor young woman has issues." And yes, you two, I should say 3, he gestures to Jocks, you 3 may join us if you like. We do have a young woman here, and he gestures to Lilias and says she has a real issue here, and we're trying to help her. So yes, we all can go inside, and we'll discuss the way you can repay us, I suppose.
Different perspectives are not the worst thing in the world.
Wait, I'm sorry. You want us to join you to help with the repayment?
Well,
sure.
You're not the leader of my guild, eh?
Listen. You made a gun on legs pop out of fucking nowhere and then blow a man in half that I was holding.
That is true.
I don't need it.
I mean, I'm not going to. I'm not going to
at
deny.
some point.
Yes, I'm not going to deny your help. In fact, because of your mechanical prowess from yesterday, from that strange encounter, yes, I do believe, and you with your strange magics that you performed earlier. I mean, sure, it was magical. Whatever it was, it was interesting. So I feel like, and you, like, you're just very fast and light on your feet. I've never seen an agile goblin.
Yeah, that's the fastest kid I ever saw.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just a bit concerned because we've got a child here. I don't exactly want to take them into anything that's going to hurt them.
Well, they can stay at the guild. The guild's the safest place I know. And you turn and you see this very dilapidated building, and like as he says, it's the safest place I know. One of like the shutters on the window just like creaks and like slightly falls off, and he goes, "Trust me, it may not look it on the outside or the inside, but I promise you, it is by far one of the most safest places here. This building has sat for a good 300 years."
I just
no
kind of
harm would fall on your child.
This place
okay,
is...
the samurai says that, so it must be true.
I promise you this guild is fine. It will protect all of you. It's powerfully worded.
I need to have a conversation with my sister first. Okay? Just a quick one?
As long as
won't
it's
take
quick.
too much of your time.
Yes, as long as it's quick.
I turn back to Tack and like I lean in for like the hushed kind of tone.
What? They're offering us safety? A guild? Wait, how are we? We can keep the kids safe.
And think about it.
Okay.
He might have lots of soft beds in there.
And we do owe it to them after they did save our lives.
And Jock is like viciously like nodding his head to this.
We've made plenty of money, but we also don't have a membership in the Merchants Guild.
And a guild backing us would mean that we get safety in that.
Very well.
You mean it?
I really like how they're like, yeah, we should join this guild. None of us are actually in the guild.
That's true. Yeah.
Hey, we don't know that.
yeah, that's true. But yeah, no, I was just sitting here laughing. I was like, none of us are actually like in the guild at all.
And I turn around, hands on, like, fists on fucking, like, the sides. I stand proudly and I go, "We accept!"
Wonderful. Yes, let's all make our way inside, shall we? And you see that Mason, like, just very slowly and kind of carefully, like, goes around you guys, because you're so small. He's trying to be very careful, because he's like, oh, you're so tiny. Ugh. Pardon me? And you see, like, when he goes over, he gives, like, one giant step to, like, like you're going over, you know that, I'm sure everyone who has owned a dog or a cat, especially a dog, especially a large dog, when you're trying to go over them, you, like, do this one big, like, hook over with your leg. That's basically what he's doing with you guys. He's trying to get over you. And as he does so, you see his coat just kind of flap a little bit to get around you guys. He's trying to make sure it doesn't smack y'all. And as he does, he unlocks the guild. You hear keys, but there also seems to be something else that he's doing that he doesn't let you guys see him do to unlock the guild doors. And you all make your way inside the guild. You all hang up your coats, if you have coats. Mason definitely certainly does. Of course, Mason doesn't really hang it up. You see, he kind of just throws it on like one of those hallway shelving dresser things. You know, it's how I don't know how best to describe it. It's like a weird dresser shelving thing in the middle of a fucking hallway.
Does this place even have a coat rack?
I'm wearing. Yeah, I mean it's dilapidated as the building is, but yeah.
You put your coat on the rack.
No, there is no coat rack. If there was one, it is long gone now. I rolled a 2 to see if there really was one.
It's just a pile of dust in a corner.
It's a pile of broken fucking wood in the corner.
It's in the shape of logs.
But yeah, no, you find no coat rack.
Well, joke's on you. I'm just wearing pants.
Hence why Mason just kind of tosses his coat over. And you see that when he tosses his coat over, I know that Ishiyama and Asterius knows. I would say that you both already knew this because you've seen him put this on. For the rest of the party, Mason is wearing a... to say that he is wearing...
Nothing? Say nothing?
He is fully clothed, my guy.
Every calm the fuck down. Every calm the fuck down.
Look. When he takes off his coat, you see that he is dressed in a very loose-fitting, also not fully tucked in white tunic. It's very plain. It's not like there's no fancy like frills or filigrees or anything like that. It's just a plain white tunic with a collar that's, you know, just folded around the edges, and the strings, the little strings in the front, they normally keep it tightened, that he would then put another, like a vest or something on top of that, that's loose. It's open. His sleeves he rolls up his sleeves and just it just looks very laid back and casual. He stuffs his hands into his pockets, and kind of gives you that, like, even though you know he's a very tall individual, he's slightly slouched in his stance. And he gestures with his head and he goes, what do they call those rooms again? Oh, the sitting room? It's over here. Come, make yourself comfortable.
Lilius is like just entering the space and just looking around, and her mouth is a little slack, but she's trying to be like as nice as possible about it.
Mm-hmm.
It is very dirty, Mason.
I kind of like it.
Is this what a real house looks like?
No.
Yep.
If you think that this is a house, then you're sorely mistaken. This is...
It's better than a hole in the ground?
Mm-hmm. No, debatable.
Well, that's awfully true. I'll admit it's not the greatest. It definitely was far better over 20 or more years ago, but... Actually, almost 20 years ago now, but...
When did you become Guildmaster?
You see Mason get real quiet when you ask. And then he looks back at you and he says, 16 years ago.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Right.
Lilius just kind of like starts picking things up discreetly.
Yeah. Well.
I would say Mason does.
Ishiyama nods in approval. He's like, good. Somebody's cleaning.
Lilius is like...
Because Ishiyama was probably like 5 minutes away from fucking starting to clean too.
Yeah, Lilius is like, she's not gonna stand for this. And she's also kind of stress cleaning a little bit.
No. Like, well...
It's
whatever,
funny because I have written down something here. Anyways, so yes, you go in and you see Mason just waltz right on in, and then he sits down. Not really, like, it doesn't, like, he doesn't sit down, like, gently. He just kind of plops down on one of these couches. And, when he does, some dust kicks up into the air. As I said, the guild has seen better days. It's softer than the floor. Have at it.
I immediately just, like, belly flop onto one of the couches. Like, literally jump and just into one of the couches. Can I please do that?
Yes,
it
you
breaks.
may. I would say yes, you may. And when you belly...
Cat, please roll a D100 to see if it breaks.
Oh my god. Okay, fine.
50 and up is fine.
Oh my fucking god.
Uh-oh.
On the possibility of a fucking
Unless we do
D100, I
evens.
rolled a fucking 100. Yeah, so
Nice.
you belly flop.
Mm-hmm.
You're such a tiny creature.
Oh, hundreds bad.
The problem is that when you belly flop on the couch opposite, Mason goes, "Don't sit on that!" And it's already too late. You belly flop onto it, and then suddenly all four of the legs just go, and it just falls to the ground, and he goes, I forgot to tell you about that one. That one's in no season.
I am just I'm just like laying on the couch going. Hey, oh, the sounds aren't coming through properly. Hang on.
I was gonna say, are you purring? Yeah.
I'm literally purring because it's like the softest thing I have felt in a literal
Despite
year.
how dusty it is. Even though, like, I mean, underneath the sheets it probably isn't, but like on top of these sheets, yeah, it's dusty. But it's soft.
I'm just.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's soft. I'm just.
Yeah, you see Jocks come over and he sits down on it too. And he goes,
"Ooh, it's soft."
And then he lifts off.
Right?
And he lifts up the side of the blanket. He goes,
"It's red. Look, it's so."
And he feels it. He's like,
"Twig, Twig and Tack, feel this. It's real."
And it's like
I immediately
yeah.
slamming my face into it, just like rubbing against it like a fucking cat, like marking its territory.
Yeah, it's real plush cushioning. And then Mason goes, please don't do that. It's the couch. You know what? Never mind. Enjoy yourself.
Just
yes.
purring sounds.
You're fine.
Mason, can I smoke in here?
I mean,
I thought I told you. You know, I probably forgot. And yes, you may smoke in here.
there's like a hole. There's a hole in the roof. I think you're probably fine.
I mean, I always ask.
It's always polite that you ask. Yes, thank you. And yes, you're more than welcome to, because to be frank, I don't care.
And he's gonna fill the room with secondhand smoke because there's been no studies on the ill effects of tobacco yet.
No. In fantasy settings, listen. In fantasy settings, smoking's just like a fucking casuality. You know what I'm saying? Like you can.
It's how I apply
any
my
problem
buffs.
You have. Yeah, short of like a fucking like curse or something that's like unseen or unheard of, killing you can pretty much fix most problems.
Fucking family in here, and I can't find that information. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, you guys, you know, Mason just sits with you all. He waits for everyone to get comfortable and things like that.
Lilius does not sit down really anywhere. She kind of just hovers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna like lean on a wall.
Since we're in a safe space right now, Ishiyama's he's not even gonna pull out his cigarette holder. He's just gonna smoke it regularly. He's gonna take his mask off.
Okay, fair, yeah. As everyone is in this very calming space. See, I'm not finding the information I need. I would say Mason kind of like looks to everyone, notices Leos, and he goes, I would offer you something to drink, but all I have is liquor. Whiskey, specifically.
What's that?
A very hot...
You don't have water?
Bro just doesn't have plumbing.
What's whiskey? Can I try some?
It depends on how well you can hold your alcohol.
How old are you?
Well, I'm 11.
That's old enough.
I think it's adult in kobold years, right?
Something like that.
Fuck up.
I don't think you should let her drink.
Oh, come on! Why are you always trying to spoil my fun?
I have known this creature for all of about 10 minutes, and I believe that would not be very wise.
Well,
Oh,
lucky
you
for all
too?
of you, I don't have enough whiskey anymore anyways. My reserves are all cleaned out. All I have is what's left in my flask, and I would only offer...
Don't feel like sharing that.
No, I've already shared. I've already shared a little
God.
bit with A over there, and I don't feel like sharing anymore. No offense. It's
So
just
is A your real name? I mean, I know
Yes.
I'm one to talk about weird names, but
Yep. Sure is.
insight.
Sure is. It's a strong family name.
Asterius, you may roll deception against that if you like.
Yeah. Ooh, that's not great.
I got a 13.
It's probably better than what I got. Hold up. I pressed the wrong fucking button and lost all my shit. No. God damn it, hold up.
Sure. But say if you need me to look at your character sheet, I can real fast. I have all the character sheets on my phone.
I screenshot it for this reason.
Hang on, I can look at it on your.
Yeah, on the stream too.
You have a +0, so
0. So yeah, so that's just a straight 10.
all right.
So yeah,
13 beats a 10.
I'm very clearly
Yes,
lying.
it does.
I'm very clearly
To be
Liar!
fair, to be fair, Asterius, you've never really been a very good liar. Your mother taught you.
No,
better than that.
not really. No, I'm not well versed in a lot of things.
Why don't you tell us your real name?
If it makes you feel any better, it will not leave this space.
I'm Twig.
You sure are. You sure are.
You sure are, man. I'm like, well, this isn't exactly the matter that's pressing currently, but it's well, fuck it. I don't see why not. Y'all just seem like mostly stand-up folks. My name is Estelle.
For 11 years.
What? You've been what for 11 years?
Standing.
Standing.
Oh man,
wow.
but I'm
Fantastic.
I have a nagging suspicion we're going to be spending some more time around you in the near future, so why not? My name is actually Asterius. I've had some complications in my past I'd rather not speak of right now, and I was hoping to keep another layer of, between me and whoever I met, so let's leave it at that. Anyway, your problem with your missing friend.
Yes, moving on.
Yeah. So Lily's just gonna take a deep breath. And she's like, really, it's been lovely meeting everyone. Twig. And I don't drink anyway. She turns to Mason. She's like, her name is Juniper, and she should be at Emily's. She's not at Emily's. This is not her handwriting, or maybe it is her handwriting, and it's very wrong, and you say it could be the butcher. I really hope it's not the butcher. I'm supposed to take care of her, and I don't know what to do now.
How long has she...
Hey, can I have the letter?
What?
Give me the letter!
We've already discerned that it's magical in nature.
Oh, okay.
But if you would like, I mean, you're more than welcome to look at it. I'm not denying it to you.
Oh, no, I was just gonna see what type of magic it was, but if you've already done that, then my job is done.
Oh, well...
Twig fucking just eats it.
Yes, have no fear, Twig. The magic of this... the magic... I'm not sure what school it is myself, but it must be some sort of illusionary or something of similar, or better yet, an enchantment. For the letter itself, there are no discernible marks, no fingerprints, anything like that. I even tested it with my own blood, and in a matter of moments, it was gone, as if it was never there. Go ahead.
Ishiyama, he's talking to, Ilias is her name, right?
Lilias. Yeah.
Lilias.
Lilias.
Yeah.
Do you know where she last was when she disappeared?
Well, not exactly. She said she was meeting her beau. I think she mentioned something about a fountain.
Where?
Oh! Wait, do you have a piece of her? I genuinely stand up and I'm like... like a picture! Or like a bit of her hair?
I'm still holding on to her bloody shawl.
Onto her what?
Why is it bloody?
I don't think she meant it like that.
Lili's just shies. Just like sighs, and she goes, "Her shawl. I was going to bring it to her to make sure she was at Emily's, and well,
gimme right now!"
Those expressions.
And I come over and I'm like, "Give it to me right now. What's her name?" Full name.
Juniper Riverco.
Juniper Riverco? And you've got that piece of thing on her? Give it.
Yeah, right.
I promise this is gonna make sense.
Alright, take it. Goodness.
And with
I am so lost.
With the name and this would be a possession / garment, right?
Well, yeah.
I want to cast scrying.
Oh.
I have scrying because of the blood scryer oculus.
That's true. That's one of your charges that you have.
So they have
to have scry at 3rd level, dog. That is hype.
Yeah, because I think.
Let's fucking go!
Yeah, let me look at the blood scryer oculus.
It says 3rd level scrying with I got a charge.
Actually, you have 5th level scrying.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't usually you don't get scrying until 5th level. That's why it's like we're 3rd, and it's like this comes with it. So here you go.
Let's see.
So you can see and hear a particular creature you choose that is on the same planes of existence as you. The target must make a wisdom saving throw, which is modified by how well you know the target and the sort of physical connection you have to it. If the target knows you're casting its spell, it can fail the saving throw voluntarily if it wants to be observed.
Okay. I will say the real quickly, the 3rd level version thing that we were looking at earlier, it was for Hunter's Mark. Mm-hmm. That's what you can cast at 3rd level. The other ones you can cast exactly as they are, which is 4th and 5th. So scrying. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at the spell right now.
I can't do locate creature because I don't know the creature.
Exactly. But you do have scrying, which works. And I would say you can take a charge off now of your character.
Are we doing components?
Well, I would say with these materials in hand, her shawl and this letter, those are your components. Physical objects that belong to said person, or could possibly belong to said person, will help you in scrying. That is what I would give you with scrying. So yes, when it comes to this particular campaign, you will need components, which is why I told.
Okay, so the problem is that the component for wait, does it need components with the Blood Scryer's Oculus?
Let me check.
Yeah,
it could either be verbal.
I think it's just inherently a thing with the fucking.
Now it does have material, and it does tell me what the materials are.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna fucking follow these materials. I'm just gonna say for this particular way of how scrying works,
will it destroy the items?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, they're not gonna be destroyed because this can be used either verbally. I forgot what S stood for. But
there's
that and materials.
That inherently have the ability to cast spells in them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not crazy.
Yeah.
It's not crazy.
It's funny because the materials say a focus that's worth at least 1,000 gold pieces, such as a crystal ball, a silver mirror, or a fount filled with holy water. And I'm like, no. Y'all don't have fucking access to that, and Mason sure as hell fucking doesn't. As far as you know. So I would say for
Bankeist.
So with everything, right? Mm-hmm. Second hand, I've heard of the target, so they get a +5 to their save modifier. But because I have a possession/garment of theirs, that save modifier goes down by -4. So technically, it's a +1 save modifier of Wisdom 13
against
Julius Rivico?
Juniper.
Thank you. Juniper Rivico. Yeah. So it's and the save is Wisdom 13.
So they have to beat a 13, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they got a +1 modifier to it, based on just the spell alone.
Okay.
Wait. What's your modifier naturally? What's your spell save?
My spell modifier.
Like your spell save. I'm sorry.
13. I got a +3 to the int, which is my spell casting.
And then do you add on top of that what you get for like having a piece of their thing and knowing them, or no?
No. So the possession and garment just add. Oh, hang on. No, you're right. Yeah. Fuck. My bad.
Yeah. I'm about to say, I was like, you're fucking cut yourself super short.
No, hang on. No, because the save modifier is against the throw, because you're not adding +5 to a second-hand target, are you?
You're casting it at them, so they gotta make a save against your spell mod or whatever, your spell save or whatever, right? And then if you have a fucking item or whatever the fuck it is, you add whatever that would be on top of your save, and then so they gotta beat that.
So it's a +5 save modifier because the knowledge of the target is second hand, but then a -4 because I've got a possession or garment, like the connection.
So they
have a -4 against it, and you have a +5 to your thing. I guess I don't understand why you just wouldn't add 9.
I am trying to understand the same modifier.
This is hang on here. I'm gonna send this into voice chat calendar. This is like the exact fucking. It's so weird.
Yeah, it is. That's why I'm looking at the knowledge thing, and I'm trying to understand it myself too. So don't worry. I was like, maybe they'll figure it out. And then I was like, oh yeah, I'll research this again, and I never fucking did. So I apologize for that.
Well, she just has to save against it, and if she wants to fucking just let it go, then it'll just happen anyway. I was about to ask a bunch of questions and shit. I was like, oh, well, this works.
Save. That's so weird. So it'd go up to 19, then go back down to a 14. So they'd have to pass That's so weird.
Yeah, I think they just might have fucking hit the wrong thing and hit a fucking minus, because it doesn't make any more sense that you'd have more things about.
Yeah,
them.
I kind of feel like, so I kind of feel like I feel like it's opposite. Like, having heard of the target should make the save modifier lower, and then having something else should make it higher.
They could both add points on. It's just fucking worded weird.
I also don't like the way that
the thing is,
it's
not
more information hinder you. Like that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah.
It's not because I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'll say this.
No, it's okay.
No, I'll say this because I'm so glad that you put up this version because the one I'm looking at it fucks this whole thing up. The table is just invisible and all this is it's like one big run-on sentence and I hate it. So yeah, second hand, you have heard of the target, gives you a +5. That I feel is weird. You should get a negative to that instead. You know what I mean?
If you've never heard of, because like people do scrying now when they've never heard of somebody.
I will
people do scrying when like they know a name.
Maybe that's. Hold on. You see here. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. Oh wait, that's your modifier.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is basically the DC that she would have to beat, so to speak.
Yeah.
So wait, the top one is the DC they would have to beat, and then the connection is like how much gets added to their roll? Is that what you're saying? Because this is just...
Yeah, hold on.
Sorry,
everyone.
I'm saying, like, I feel like it's kind of opposite.
Yeah,
like,
I do feel like it's opposite looking at this now.
I think it's add 9 to your fucking thing, and then they gotta make a save against whatever the hell that is.
I feel like, yeah, everything's opposite. Like, the second hand, like, I feel like that should hinder you, not add 5 to the save.
I'm waiting for my mouse to decide it wants to move because I'm trying to put this in the stream so that people can see it, and my mouse is being a poopy head, so I'm not.
So from what I'm reading here, for instance, if you know the target well and have a look at their hair, their wisdom saving throw modifier becomes much lower. Let's say their wisdom saving throw is modifier is +4. And the target will roll 1d20 +4 wisdom save, -5 because you know the target well, -10 because you have the lock of hair of the target. So whatever they roll for their wisdom save, the DM subtracts 15 in that example, making it very low and more likely to fail the save DC, which will cause them to be spied upon.
Okay, I see.
I'm also going to go ahead and put this on stream so people can understand what we're looking at if they need a visual.
Yeah, this is I'm putting the screenshot from the D&D fucking comment.
Yep, and I'm going to go ahead and post it on here for everyone
on
chat.
So whatever she rolls, you'd add 1 to it. Then
let's go ahead and just reset the transformation. I apologize, everyone. I'm moving this thing around. All right, there we go. So I'm going to go ahead and just leave it on stream. Just for a moment so that everyone can kind of see this is what we're looking at right now. We're trying to determine how this works.
From my understanding, she gets a +5 to the save, like initially, because I've only got secondhand knowledge of her, but because I've got a possession of hers, that goes down by 4, so she only gets a +1 to her roll for the save. Which was what I was saying initially.
So yeah, you just add 1. So you roll it, and then you add 1.
Okay, fair. And what's the DC that she would have to beat then, if that's the case? With that in
13.
13. Okay. So, if that's what's happening, if she were to want to fight against this, because you're not sure what she's wanting.
I mean, I feel like just being a regular person, and you're like, somebody's fucking trying to spy on me. You'd be like, oh no.
Okay.
I feel like being a regular person who is possibly kidnapped.
Oh, you're right.
Also, you can't see the scry like eyeball unless you have see invisibility. Pretty much.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah, but like still, I feel like it'd be like,
that Twig can see and hear through that sensor as if she were there.
Like you'd still know something was happening though.
No, yeah, it remains invisible within 10 feet of the target.
Yeah.
So I'll say this:
if you feel something's happening to you, like magic wise, you'd be like,
and also from what I understand, it says instead of targeting, you can also choose the last location, that you have seen the target. But again, Twig wouldn't know where that target was originally last.
Yeah.
But you do. I'll say this: Twig. You put the Oculus over your eyes, and you cast Scrying with these objects in hand, using them. You see, nobody else can see this. Everyone else in this room only see the Oculus, like the lenses glow a bright red. and seem to make a sound, like it's doing some magical charge. Twig, you're somewhere dark.
I'm somewhere dark.
I'm like relaying to everyone.
You feel cold. And
like start shivering, and I'm like grabbing my arms a little bit.
something is suddenly warm. You feel it touching your cheek. There's a voice, but it's not clear. It's garbled. And suddenly, you're 10 feet away from this feeling. The feelings are gone, but you still are in this cold, dark room. The warmth on your face is gone. And you're looking at something. You can't see it. It's blurred. But whatever it is, it looks over at you. It's tall. And it says,
Nuh-uh.
Talk about what's so
I was like, this silence is so great for an amazing moment right now.
That's what makes this so fucking awful, because it really was a big nuh-uh. Legit. You see this strange figure look over at you. And again,
something's looking at me.
You can't tell.
It's the Bracken. Get out of there.
You can't tell what it is. But it's looking at you. You suddenly feel even smaller than your actual size. In fact, you're in a corner now, and you can't... There is no escape. It takes a couple steps toward you. You see this figure. There's a light silhouette. It's hard to discern. My battery is low in my headset for some reason. But you see this figure, and it tilts its head slightly. And again, the voice is so hard to discern, so hard to hear, to make out, but you are able to make out the words. And I don't have voice mod on, so you'll have to deal with me trying my best to make a garbly voice with my actual mouth. I'm not Mad Mercer levels of talent, but I will do my best. But it tilts its head at you, and it looks at you. And you hear it say,
"Nice try, little one."
And suddenly it snaps its fingers, and you're gone. You are no longer in that space. The connection is broken. And you are back. You are now back in the manor with everyone, or in the guild with everyone else, yeah.
I'm just fucking like scattering backwards, like, what? Hey, okay, okay.
Hey, hold on there. It's
Alright.
Twig, right?
Okay.
Twig, shh, calm down. Mason's now like standing over you, like actually like concerned. He's like, calm down there, calm down. Here, and he just like subconsciously he like opens up his flask and he's like giving it to you. There's only a little bit left for a tiny swig. Just take a tiny swig, just a little swig. Don't take a large one.
I listen to him. I take like a very tiny swig. I'm just like.
There you go. Yes, now that. Yes.
I don't like it. I don't like it. It's yucky.
Well, now you know what whiskey tastes like, and he takes his flask back.
Yeah, I give it back.
And after you've already like taken a swig of this, he's like, you see, he takes a swig too, and he just puts the cap back on and puts it back in his pocket. He don't give two fucks who takes a swig out of his flask. But yeah, he just takes a swig like a champ and looks at you and he goes, "Are you all right?"
I look up. That thing wasn't human. It was like a big gobbled creature, and it said "nice try," and it snapped its fingers and destroyed the scrying thing, and I could feel the warmth, like something was touching me.
You were able to feel what she was feeling before their connection was lost.
Yeah, she was being touched like on the cheek. It was like really warm, and oh, that was not a nice place. Not a nice place.
You said it was cold.
Very cold, very cold. It was very cold. The only sense of warmth was the thing touching me. And whatever that thing was, I couldn't see it properly. It was blurry and garbled, but it called me little one. It knows what I am.
Right. Twig, calm yourself. Breathe. Like this. And you see Mason just give you breathing exercise. He breathes through his nose and then very slowly exhales out of his mouth. He's breathing like he's trying to show you breathing exercise. There you go, little one. It's alright. Breathe. Are you better now?
Whatever your girl.
I turn to
Lilius.
Fuck
Lilius.
Lilius. Sorry, I'm forgetting names.
It's okay.
Whatever your girl has gotten yourself into, she is not in a good spot. I'm really sorry.
This is good information, though. She's alive.
Dude, Lilius looks like she's about to be sick. She finally like sits down, and she's just like wide-eyed.
Let me ask you this.
I can't do this again. I can't scry again until tomorrow.
Right. It's all right. You did a very good job, Twig. And you see that Mason gently like puts his hand on your head and just goes back and forth in a gentle motion, like between your two horns, and he's just like giving you a small pat on your head. He goes, "It's all right. You've done everything you can. Rest now."
On the bright side, she's not dead. There's still time.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, the scry probably wouldn't have worked.
But it gave us an idea. And we already do have information thanks to that first body. We know that whoever did this was an elven man. And she stands up. Or he stands up and he looks over. The bow. What do you know about him? What did she tell you about him?
She's like,
I'm about to say, Mason comes over and is now kneeling in front of you, Lilius, and he's looking you dead in the eye, and he goes, "Tell me everything."
Hold on, let me remember everything. I wrote it down, I think.
Yeah.
I also, I made a clip of the nuh-uh thing.
I'm gonna animate that later.
She has kind of like her head in her hands a little bit. She's like,
Take your time.
Did she mention that he was a doctor, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. She said that, he was a doctor. She didn't tell me really anything at all. It was so secretive. She didn't want me to know anything about him. She was meeting him by, the Never statue. I think.
The Never Ember statue, yes. Of Lord Never Ember, the Lord Protector from 300 years ago, yes. I know what you mean. That's in the Black Lake district. Fancy part of town.
How many doctors are in Neverwinter?
Mason just looks over and gives you a look. There are a lot. Good ones and awful ones.
Assuming, of course, that it was actually true.
If she's somewhere cold and dark, and this could be the butcher, and he's a doctor, is she in a morgue?
Pray to God she's
Maybe,
not.
maybe she is in a literal butcher shop. Have we considered that? He is literally a butcher.
Big two on the nose. No,
To
this...
be honest, it could be pretty
The
much
idea
anywhere
that you said that...
subterranean.
True, he could have a basement that's nice and cold. You also mentioned that he was a doctor. It does fit the theory. He was able to cut that girl's head very cleanly, although his first was a bloody mess. So magic. A doctor that knows magic, he probably knows magical healing abilities. That would make sense. Did she tell you anything else? What his race was? How old he was, perchance? I know for some races like Elven and others, it's harder to tell, but are you sure?
Just that he was handsome, and I can't believe I didn't do this. I should have done this hours ago. I should have checked her room.
Miss,
anything for something.
Mason, you suddenly feel Mason's hand on yours. You couldn't have possibly known. Feelings, that's understandable, but you couldn't have known. Not right away. You cannot beat yourself up too harshly.
She kind of nods.
Who was the last person who saw? Did she get a ride to the statue, or did she leave straight from the house?
I think she walked, or did she take a carriage?
No, she actually walked there herself.
Walked. Yeah.
Well, shit.
What's strange about this is that the Black Lake district is heavily guarded. There are far more guards there than there are in any other district. Even the merchants district, funny enough. And you figure there would be more guards here because of all the goods, but no, the noblemen and women, they have far more guards. So the fact that he was able to do this so openly, he might have not even kidnapped her in the open. He might have brought her to his home or to another secondary location and done it there, out of sight.
That, and if we spoke of the possibility of her being charmed into writing this letter.
That is true, yes.
That means that he might have just got her that way. It could have just been very casual and broad, moonlight for what it's worth.
Exactly. But I won't know until we actually find her or get closer to find out. Mason suddenly at this point realizes his hand's been on yours far too long, Lilius, and he very
giggles.
Very nervously and quickly removes it and clears his throat. Pardon me. That was rude. And he stands up and kind of straightens himself out, but there's really nothing to straighten out on his clothes. It's very... He attempts to try to make himself appear more gentlemanly, but it does not work. Anyway, this is quite a mystery indeed. Twig, you have done a great service in helping us piece more of this mystery together.
You're welcome. Yep.
And you, Miss, what was your name again? He's looking at you, Lilius. He's like, I don't know if you've introduced yourself properly, and if you did, I apologize greatly. What is your name?
It's just call me Lilius.
Lilius. A pleasure. I'm Mason Gilliger, and he looks over at you, Twig and Tack, and with Jocks as well, and he goes, you may call me Mason. I'd rather you call me Mason.
Yep, Mason. Well, very lovely to meet you.
Likewise.
So, I'm gonna ask a maybe, possibly, probing question.
how does your family know the magician?
Pardon?
There was a lady protecting
You keep hearing the battery low on my mic. Let me fix that while you guys are role-playing.
There was a Rivico family member, unfortunately, fleeing a scene
Aye. Well,
of...
Trevin got into contact with her through me. He's the only other member of the family who knows about her. She's just an old friend of mine.
I see.
Oh, we're talking about that woman, the stranger, so to speak, the one with magic that helped that other. There was a young man. I'm wondering, are they related by chance?
Trevin? Yeah.
Yes.
Trevin and Juniper.
Is that her father? He seemed quite young. It doesn't seem like a father figure.
Brother.
Oh, that explains
they're
it.
Lord and Lady Revico's children.
As you can see, I'm not quite there when it comes to nobility. I need a moment. Please excuse me.
Guess. No worries.
I've seen your family's portraits. You're not too far off, it would seem.
Wait, what do you say in here?
Alright, so everyone give me just a moment. I think I broke the stream by simply turning off my headset. So do excuse me. Everyone pause for just a moment. I am so sorry. Because I was like, oh, my headset's dying. Let me go ahead and switch headsets. And then I can't freaking hear anything. So I apologize greatly. Please, for uno momento. That means my players and everything. If y'all can hear me, please give me a moment if you do not mind, because I can't hear diddly squat. I legit I can't hear shit. So I apologize to everyone. Okay, there's music. Oh, I exited it by accident. Well, I'll fix that in a moment. I am so sorry, guys. I really am. I thought that me just turning off my headset and then me doing this would not break the stream. So I apologize to all my players and everything. I'm sorry, guys. I just had to switch headsets to earbuds, and my earbuds say, fuck you. So I have that now going for me. Can we please just... I think it's this. There we go. Hey, I think I fixed it. We're gonna find out here in a moment. There we go. Alright, go ahead and say something, guys. Just be sure.
Something.
Beep poo poo.
Okay, we fixed it. I am so sorry about breaking that. So, I again apologize. Like I said, my headset were just constantly saying battery low, and I know the stream picked that shit up. I apologize. Let us continue, please, while I put on the guild theme again. As you were, my dear players. Because I know I ruined a roleplay moment, and I'm so sorry.
You're good. I forgot what I said.
Yeah, I think you were just mentioning the portraits.
Oh
Your
yeah, I was
family's
like,
not too far off from nobility.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know nobility or nothing. I was like, I mean, I've seen your family on the walls. They're not too far from it, it would seem.
Are you saying this to Mason by chance? You are talking to Mason, but he actually, I would say he pauses and he turns around and looks at you and goes, "What are you talking about?"
Long hall over there.
Ah, the Hall of Guildmasters. Right.
That's something, I suppose.
That is what that is. It's... Every portrait is of the guildmasters. I guess you could say it's my entire family tree, but it doesn't matter. I don't know why this conversation is even being brought up. The point is that we understand about Miss Juniper's situation. We know that she is in a place, still alive, but it's cold, and she's probably immobilized, possibly by magic. We know that the beau that she met is a doctor, possibly the same doctor that knows how to utilize said magics to heal, and thus, and you see that Mason's walking back and forth between all of you as he's discussing this out loud, and we know that he obviously has some sort of other sickly magics, because that is how he was able to decapitate that poor girl that he killed back in the other district. The problem I'm trying to understand is, while we know that that girl with the bloody mess in the Chasm district is his very first victim, what I don't understand is why he is leaving them bloodless and headless out on the streets for everyone else to find. What is he doing with all that blood? There's so many gallons of blood in a human body. Or in any body, really.
Is it religious? Is he feeding something?
I don't know.
Also, I have a hard time, I'm not guaranteeing it, but I have a hard time not thinking that a gang called the Blood Drops has absolutely nothing to do with...
I can already tell you right now.
Just maybe. I can't guarantee it, but...
We've seen them. They don't seem to be as subtle as our butcher is.
Oh no, they absolutely hate everyone!
Maybe at the very least, like, lackeys? I don't know.
Doubtful. None of them utilize magics. I am apologizing, Tack. What did you say?
It is too clean.
Yes. Yeah. That is true. The cuts are too clean, and I know that it's magical in nature. Thanks to the investigation that me and Ishiyama performed yesterday. We also know that his first victim died with him straddling on top of her, keeping her pinned to the floor. He obviously was able to create some sort of illusionary magic, prestidigitation perhaps, to disguise the blood on his body until he got home. So the first death, the poor girl in the district, was messy. As he's describing this about the first victim, Jox is just uncomfortably quiet, and I think it's because I like to believe at this point, fucking rolled a nat 20 on this poor boy. Yeah, he knows that he's talking about his sister. He understands.
No.
Oh no.
Well,
I crawl over to Jox, still kind of recovering from my own little escapade, and I'm just like cuddling into him.
He cuddles right back into you. Not saying a word, just staying quiet but listening. So we know that he was learning something. It was a new technique, something to quickly and cleanly slice the head off the body. But maybe whatever this spell is that he learned, because it was too messy, maybe that's why he's draining them of blood, but that would take so long. And yet he's piling up lots of bodies very quickly.
I mean, our first inkling that maybe it's a vampire could be a possibility.
True, but I have not heard of vampires in Neverwinter for quite a long time.
That doesn't necessarily mean
that they're
there
not
aren't
hiding.
any.
Yes.
You know who lives for a long time? Elves.
Which we've already established that it was an elven man.
But still, what would he need their head for?
I'm not sure.
Maybe if they were a vampire, they were trying to keep out the... if they're biting at a certain spot, if you take the head, there's no proof of that anymore.
Probably. Although, why go through so much trouble?
Also, you could just be fucking crazy.
He probably is. Deranged
Yes.
in all sorts of ways. But you see Mason's like actually racking his brain, trying to understand. He plops down on the couch next to you, Lilius. And he says, "For the first time, I have met a quarry that has kept me thinking. It's not as simple as a monster, and that's all he is, but a clever one. And I hate it." For anyone in the room, if you'd like, you may make a perception check at this point. If you so choose. You don't have to.
I'm too busy focusing on my little boy.
That's fine.
Perception
you
or insight?
Little boy.
I would say perception.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to roll insight for a different reason, you're more than welcome to roll insight, but you may, for those who want to physically see something that Mason's doing, you may roll perception. If you want to
Nat 20, baby!
Sweet!
Hold on, I can't.
Now, Ishiyama, was this a perception check or an insight check that you chose to do?
Perception.
Perception.
That roll sucked, so.
What did you roll?
I rolled a 4, but my passive perception's a 12.
I will, you know what, I'll allow it with your passive. In fact, I could say I'll give you advances because you're sitting directly next to him.
I am sitting directly next to him.
I will give you advantage. And then, your insight.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, that's a 21, baby.
Okay.
Damn.
So my perception people will tell you what's going on after I hear Garth's roll on his insight. What's your insight?
I got a better perception than insight, but I'm gonna do insight anyway, and I got 17 plus 2, so I got 19.
Okay. Let me do the insight first, and then I'll tell you both what Lilius and Ishiyama both what you perceive. Asterius, when he says this, you do see that he actually, you could tell that he is frustrated. But there's something about this that also makes him excited. The fact that it's difficult. The difficulty of understanding this individual, of actually hunting this monster. It's exciting. Oddly, you can see that he is actually ready to hunt by far one of the worst people in this city. Ishiyama and Lilius, with your perception
Game
rolls.
respects game.
With your perception rolls. When he says all this and just goes into thinking, at first he seems a little upset. But you see a smile slowly form on his face. It's a bit of a crooked smile. Difficult to hunt. I get chills thinking of it. Is this what he meant? Hunting a quarry. The smile gets slightly wider. I shouldn't be this happy, and yet I am. We will find him, and when we do, I will have to do some research on things. Do not worry, Miss Lilius. He turns and looks at you. We will find Miss Juniper. I promise you that.
Lilius just kind of just like nods.
That actually this could be a little too far out of the way. But I will ask it anyway. And if they choose not to, then it's understandable, but should you happen to meet that very eccentric woman that you... I'm not sure if you're friends exactly, but if you happen to see them again, we could possibly use her help.
I shall help. I know she will.
Very well. That's good. She seems one with the shadows. Little
yeah, she's a bit good at it. I mean, I've seen her work. I'd say so. Yeah.
You see Mason kind of like smirk a little bit. He goes, "Yes, she's definitely very one with the shadows." Remembering that he's
talking anymore.
Remember. Oh no, like you all can talk. Yeah, he's just talking a little.
Well, he's remembering that he totally saw right through her shit.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Lilius is trying to pretend that he didn't, that she's really good at it, because it definitely did make her mad that he was the only one who could see her.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna yell fucking last time because you were making the memes. You know the meme where like the lady's like it's like the older lady and she's like doing the yes or the no like face. She's like or like yeah.
Oh yeah, Brittany Brisky.
Yeah, but like backwards, like the first one, like she's happy, and it's like Lilius when Mason doesn't notice her, or Lilius and Cherry when fucking Mason doesn't notice her at all, and then the second one was fucking her like pissed off. It's like Lilius and Cherry when Mason notices you in the middle of the night while you are invisible.
Oh yeah, I see it. I found it. Showing no wait, that's a different one. I was about to say that's the one with the mom tattoo.
Yeah, it'd been a really good one.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys, this is by far one of the biggest conversations I would say all of you have had together. It's only been about an hour, maybe 2 hours, just talking in general about this. At this point, Mason is now standing up, and he leans up against the door frame going out into the hall. He says, "Well, there's much we need to do, much we need to plan out before we go on this little hunt of ours. Miss Lilius, is there any way we can contact you for updates? To give you updates on our hunt? Where can we meet?
Hey yo, Ma, let me get your number."
Nice try. No, I do want to know if there's any way we can contact you, if there's a specific spot you would prefer us to meet, whatever you prefer. If you do not wish for us to come to the Riverco house, then we will not. That is up to you.
Just send a letter. My business is mine. The Rivercos are good people. They don't meddle in my things.
Do they even know about their daughter missing? That is my final question to you.
If it weren't for my paranoia, I wouldn't have known she were missing. But no.
Do they know of her bow? Sorry, I know that last question was supposed to be my final question, but I realized there was another question I had. Does her family know of her bow?
No, she made me promise not to tell. He's super... Oh, it's so stupid. Oh, I should have known. I should have known that it's...
She kind of breaks Lilia's character for a moment because she's so frustrated with herself. She just finally just goes, no, they don't know.
You break character, you say?
Very briefly, when she, berates herself for not, not doing her duty, basically, which is to do her thing.
You know when fucking
You say that.
what's it called? That go ahead.
No, I'm saying that you say that. Okay.
What happened?
I made an online roll. I'm not telling you what I did.
No.
Such evil.
Such evil. Mason's eyebrow perks a little bit, and then his face goes back to neutral again. Understood. We'll send a courier toward, well, wherever you are, with a note. Do you, well, no, you don't need me or any one of us to escort you to your, to the estate, the Riverco estate, or wherever it is. We will leave you to it. Unless you would prefer to stay here for another moment more. I mean, I'm not forcing you to leave. I'm just saying if you would like. I'm going to go to my office now, and I'm pretty sure, and you see he gets off the door frame and you hear him talking, like, to you all, but he's, like, disappearing down the hall. I'm pretty sure there's a very nice bottle of whiskey still sitting in the fucking thing. And you don't even hear the rest of the conversation. His voice just disappears down the hall.
Well, shit.
Lilius kind of like stands up abruptly, and she's like, he's got a point. I actually better get home, but thank you very much for helping me. I know I hired you, but thank you regardless. And it was very lovely meeting you all.
Likewise.
I would say
you're really pretty. It was really lovely to meet you too.
It's funny.
I give Twig him a kiss.
Oh. I would say that Twig, before you say that, Jox like pulls away and wants to say that, but it's too afraid, and then you say it, and then Jox kind of like he takes his shirt and he like lifts it up high and tries to hide his face while also hiding it in your shoulder just to kind of like avoid looking at Lilius because he's slightly blushing.
Oh, what a cutie. Oh, what a cutie. I don't give him head scruffles. This time I like kind of scratch his head with my nails just a little bit. Just gently brush his hair.
Twig, she really is very pretty.
Say it louder or else she's not gonna hear ya.
No, I'm too embarrassed.
Jox thinks you're really pretty, Lilius!
And he like puts his hand over your mouth and he's like trying to make you stop talking. And with you being a kobold and your muzzle coming out a little bit, he's putting one hand on top and one hand on the bottom and just like trying to hold your muzzle like closed.
No, don't tell her! 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 Please!
Oh, I love the image. It's so stinking cute.
Please don't tell her.
Lilius like she smiles and laughs, and
I do like
she blushes herself a little bit.
I do like the little lips sealed and lock and key thing.
Thanks.
She kind of like nods her head. She's like, "You're very kind," and she kind of like laughs a little bit. She doesn't really know what to say, but she's just like, "Oh, you're very kind. I'll see you tomorrow then. Goodbye." And she kind of waves.
Bye-bye!
And Jox like hides, like you see now he's pulled his tunic up high enough that he is now hiding his whole head inside of his tunic. And he's just like, and you hear him say,
"She's coming tomorrow. She says she's coming back tomorrow. She's coming back tomorrow."
Yeah!
His little cool boy crush is so stinking cute.
You're fucking precious, Jox. Don't ever change.
Okay.
If there's any final conversations between the remaining 4 that are left here, I would say go ahead and make it, and that is where we will end.
Like,
nah, she's fucking romanticizing his melancholic solitude right now.
I bet you are.
I am all good. Woo!
Okay. Asterisk, Tack.
or do we?
He's
Glutes
pondering
is
his
gone.
orb.
Oh. Okay, fair.
Do we, are we gonna go probably immediately when we come back to go do wherever we're gonna do?
I wouldn't say immediately. You would have one final conversation with Mason because he will go with you. Because he will give you like a little rundown on what you guys will be doing. Just to...
I'd probably, you said something about a courier. I'd probably try to figure out what was going on with that, and then write 2 separate letters, one to fucking D and one to my mom. Telling them what was going on.
Okay, fair, yeah. I would say, couriers, because again, the Griffin Saddlebag has released a new item, and I fell in love with it, and I posted it. It is of a courier cap, and I believe all my couriers and all my campaigns have this courier cap now. So, because I think it's freaking brilliant. So yes, it would not be hard to find a courier, for sure. Because this is a magical cap, and I believe that is the reason why couriers are awesome, because they have this ability. So yes, if there is no other conversations to be had, if everyone feels like they were able to complete their goal for tonight, then that is where we will end our session.
Yippee.
Well, my goal was to integrate with the party, and we got excellently done with that, so
yes,
I am happy.
Everyone was able to integrate with the party.
I apologize. I am going to have to duck out.
That's
now,
fine.
But...
That's why I was like, I was like, hey, I'm not done to do another 7-hour stream. Almost a 6-hour stream this time. I did pretty darn good for myself. So.
Nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Regardless, for today's session, and I appreciate the time today. I'm gonna have to duck out now, though.
That's
Bye-bye.
Fine. Thank you for joining us, Faith.
Bye,
I love you, Cherry. Bye.
And thank you all.
What the fuck? Why didn't she say I love you to me?
It's okay. It's okay, Nihilus. We love you. We love you.
There's an easy explanation for that.
Even though when you guys say I love you to me, I don't ever say it back because I never say I love you back.
Exactly. Of course. Why would you?
I don't even tell my parents I love them. Like, I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief.
Skill issue.
What the fuck? Who are you?
You say it when you're drunk, like a fantastic stepdad.
Yeah.
Oh boy. But
it's the only time I'm agreeable.
This is where we will end tonight's session. So thank you, my lovely players. I know not everyone's back in the chat again because some of us did leave, like Glooge and or Gloogie and Faith, which is fine. I said it was perfectly fine for them to go if they had to because we were at the end of the session anyway. So thanks to them as well, and also thank you guys as well for making it all the way to the end of today's session. And I'm not gonna lie, it was a bit thrown together, but also not. Because when you guys said, hey, let's do Nightmares of Neverwinter again, I was like, okay, let me quickly figure out how we're going to do this real fast. I was like, okay, main goal, party integration. Okay, that's all I needed to write. The nightmare scenarios came up at the very end. So
I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. I get to hyperfixate on Mason Gallagher for like a whole nother week.
Yes, you do.
I did say I'd be fine doing any of the games that we have. Mm-hmm. I just said that it would be cool if we did this one, but I wasn't saying we had to.
Right.
I'm glad we did though.
Yeah. And that's fine because Prostia did have to go. Like he was out of town for the weekend, so it made sense for them to be out of town.
Oh, what an asshole!
No, it's family. It's really close to Christmas. Don't dare, Prostia. If you watch this later, you're not. I promise. It's okay. It's okay.
You motherfucker.
Also, I will state as a surprise. And I will go ahead and post this on stream here too at our ending stream screen here. I first have to save it because I realize I don't have it on my laptop. I have it on my phone. and I posted it on here, and I remembered everyone looking and being like, ooh, and being very, very intrigued and curious. I just had to find it. I know it's here. There you are. It's not completed yet, because I still have to do the inking process and things like that. But for you all on stream, let me go ahead and post that image again. And let me also browse. There you are, very easy, and boom, and we're gonna go ahead and transform that. We're gonna to fit to screen. So again, like I said, artwork is not done, but because I need to ink it and everything, but when this character is inked in and everything, let's just say you'll be welcoming another party member into your midst. But who's that party member?
Gasp.
I can promise you right now, it is not an NPC. It is an actual player. Can we all guess who the player is? I think 2 of my players know exactly who it is.
Obviously it's me. I'll be pulling double duty.
No, my God.
Double duty.
Yeah, I said duty.
Double D.
No.
Doo-doo.
No. To answer that, it will be Prostia. Prostia has asked to join.
Yeah, okay.
I thought maybe I was like, I hate saying no. I was like, just for right now. And then I was like, fuck it, it'd be okay. And then they said, I will be a warlock, and I said, okay. So this is their character. I'm not gonna reveal too much information about them until Prostia is ready to reveal that information. But yes, Prostia.
Another non-healer. Another non-healer.
Finally.
Finally. Another DPS.
It's gonna be so much fun in this campaign. I'm just gonna say that right now. Alright, well that is where we are ending our session. Again, thank you everybody so much for joining us tonight and watching. If you guys are watching this as a VOD or as an edited version on YouTube later, again, thank you all so much for checking us out. I'm joined by my remaining 3 players, Garflife, Casual Annihilus, and Cherry. You have
hey, that me.
And then me, your DM, Cat the Gamer Gal, or just Cat, it'd be fine. Thank you all again, and have a wonderful morning, noon, or night, wherever you are in the world. Bye!
Bye, motherfucker.
Say goodbye, everybody!
Doors.
Big Green dead?
Big Green dead?
No, my mouse is messing up again. Please, mouse. Okay. Goodbye, everyone, and thanks again. See ya!